Hey folks, what's up? This is Antonio Fletcher back with you once again. This is going to be the Lifeline. I think it's number 12. I might have incorrectly titled it. Let me make sure. I think this is number 12, and I think in the title I put 11. Let me check it out real quick to make sure I'm right here. So the ball was right the first time. It's actually number 11. I correctly titled it. It is the Lifeline number 11. What this lifeline is going to be about is the sexist argument of pro-aborts. What do I mean by that? Now, I hear all the time from pro-aborts that the discussion is only an issue in which women should be talking about it. I hear this all the time. I'll be talking about abortion, and there may be a situation to where there may be a lot of men in the room, like in a hangout or something, and then I'll get like a comment out of nowhere saying, well, we're a bunch of men talking about a women's issue. I think that's just the most ridiculous argument somebody can give. It's a very sexist argument at that. I mean, what does being a man have to do with whether the argument I'm giving on the abortion topic is legit or not? It's just one of the many tools that pro-aborts out there use as a distraction to avoid the real issue. Arguments do not have sex or gender. Arguments are arguments. It doesn't matter where they come from. It's actually a form of a genetic fallacy too, because they try to impugn an argument based on where it originates, saying that an argument is impugned because it comes from the mouth of a man. That is a direct example of the genetic fallacy. If you don't want to have men involved in the discussion, if you don't want to have men involved in this discussion, then is it only okay for men to talk on behalf of the pro choice position? Is it only okay for men to talk about it when they agree with it? It's one of the most ridiculous arguments out there. You are a man, you can't talk about abortion. You are a man, you can't comment on it. You are a man, you gotta keep your views to yourself. That is just a bunch of nonsense. This sort of mindset has just infected our culture like terribly bad. Basically, trying to keep certain people from talking because you fit a certain profile, you fit a certain age, race, ethnicity, sex, gender, trying to squash legit discourse because you fit in a certain profile. It's basically like saying that white people can't talk on race relations because they're white. That's just nonsense. Because in the United States, blacks have had a horrific history of things happening to them, and that whole mindset has been carried into modern times. White people can't talk about race relations because they're white. Their ancestors weren't the ones enslaved in colonial times in the United States, so white people can't talk about it. It's really just a dumb argument across the board, no matter how you apply it, no matter where the principles applied to. It's just ridiculous. Why does me being a man make my opinion invalid? Why does me being a man have any effect on the validity of my argument? It's just the most nonsensical thing to say. Because you can't do something, you can't talk about it. Like men can't get pregnant, therefore they can't talk about it. Like really? That's just like saying women can't produce sperm in their bodies, therefore they should never talk about sex in regards to dude's genitalia. Women will never be able to produce sperm, therefore they can't talk about sex in regards to the genitalia of guys. That is just ridiculous. So only when a man is capable of carrying a child, only then he can talk. Opinions ain't got nothing to do with your ability to get pregnant or not. The whole problem with this argument is if men can't talk about the issue, then by that logic, Roe v. Wade should be thrown out or re-decided because you had 9 men in the Supreme Court office talking about the issue, deliberating on the issue, ruling on the issue. I've actually challenged a whole lot of pro-aborts on this argument, and they think that it's more appropriate for men in positions of law to actually rule on the issue than those who are not in such positions of law who have no direct ruling effect on the law to not say anything at all. So basically the logic is like this: those who are in direct control of affecting your life legally, they can talk about it all day. But those who have no direct legal influence on your life can't say anything. They want to give more control to the people who can directly influence your life legally. But people who have no effect on you legally, like your average everyday citizen, they can't say anything if they're a man. Really? It's the most backwards logic that people can present. You can't talk about abortion. You can't discuss abortion because you're a man. But they'll happily allow you to talk about it all day if you happen to align with the pro choice position. You can give commentary on how you support women's rights, as they call it. it really comes down to this. Unless you agree with them, you can't talk about it if you're a man. Now, if agreement means, or rather, if me being a, hold on, let me rephrase that. If me being a man means I can't talk about this issue, then what do you want exactly? Do you just want women only talking about the issue alone? What happened to free speech? If you don't want men talking about the issue, you just want women discussing it? I thought in a society that promotes free speech and free ideas wouldn't matter about men talking about the issue or wouldn't matter about sex or gender. So we have a comment in the chat. This is not about my personal behavior. This is not about what's going on in this great debate community. So I'm not going to be giving such comments any attention. I'm here to stick to the issues and talk about the issues. If you want to talk about all that other side stuff, if you have a personal opinion about me, then you can have whatever opinion you want about me. But I'm here to talk about the issues. I'm not here to talk about none of that side stuff. I'm not here to discuss your personal opinion of me. I'm not here to talk about certain individuals who have been involved in this, in my opinion, not so great debate community. I'm only here to talk about the issues. But anyway, men have just as much of a valid right to talk about this issue as anybody else. It doesn't matter or should matter whether you're a man or not, whether you can get pregnant or not. Like I said, it's just another ridiculous and cheap way to try to suppress discourse. It's just another cheap way to confuse the issue and distract from the most relevant point. Should abortion be permissible in our laws? I've noticed in our culture today, there seems to be this huge attack on men in a number of different circles. There just seems to be this intent to take the man out of the equation or to, at the very least, lessen his role in the equation or to insult men altogether. All across TV, you see this issue about just men are stupid, men can't do anything right, and you see this in sitcoms to where the women are often making the head of the house, the male figure, look ridiculous, or trying to say that there is no real head of the house, or trying to make the woman the head of the house. We have gotten to the point in our society today to where people are trying to make men take a back seat. They're trying to lessen the influence of men in our society more and more and more. A good part of what stems from this whole thing about men cannot be involved is just the overall devaluing of men in our society today. A lot of this devaluing of men stems from this evolution of this third wave feminist movement. People like Anita Sarkeesian talking about everything is sexist. She said a number of different things, but she one of the things she said was everything is sexist. Everything is sexist. Really? Everything? If that was certainly true at all, if that was certainly true at all, then it would be true on the third wave feminist side of the issue, not the other way around. The sexist ones would be people like Anita Sarkeesian. The sexist ones would be these pro-abortion liberals who don't want men to be involved in the discussion. So if you're going to say that everything is sexist, it's because y'all liberals are the ones who look at everything from a sexist microscope, and y'all are the ones guilty of everything being sexist, not anybody else. So if everything truly is sexist, it's because people on the other side who give arguments like men can't get involved, it's because they make it sexist. Again, this whole argument about men can't get involved in the issue, it's just a pointless distraction. It's just a ridiculous distraction. It's and it feeds into the sick poison that only certain people are allowed to speak on certain issues, because if you have a challenge to your worldview, you have no right, or rather, you have every right and every privilege to be protected from opinions you don't like. It's similar to this whole issue about safe spaces. You have people on college universities who don't want to entertain other opinions that they don't like, other opinions that will challenge the paradigm of their personally held views. And it's a similar situation when you're talking about men can't get involved in the abortion discussion. It's basically another form of a safe space argument. If you are a man, you can't talk about the abortion subject. Hannibal Vector, I see you in the comment section. If you want to talk about this issue directly with me, I'll put a link down in the chat, and then you can come in here and have a direct one-on-one. Because apparently you seem to take certain issues with what I'm saying. So if you want to have a direct one-on-one with me right now, I'll put the link in the chat and then we can have a direct exchange. So rather than merely just disagreeing with me on the outside, why don't we have a conversation? My challenge to people who watch these videos of mine is to have a direct exchange with me. Don't just sit on the outside and just criticize. If you want to have a direct verbal conversation with me, I'm sitting right here. Do you want to come in here and actually talk about this issue directly with me? Or do you just want to sit in the chat and be a text warrior, to be a keyboard warrior? I don't mind discourse. I don't mind having a good conversation. But I don't want my chat filled up with people who just want to throw jabs from the outside, but don't want to actually talk to the person directly. So I'm going to ask you a direct question, Hannibal Vector. Do you want to come in here and talk about this issue with me? You want to come in here and have a good discussion? If you want to sit up here and just run your mouth on the outside, then don't comment on my videos. Exactly. No, no thanks. So you just want to sit up here and be a keyboard warrior, and you don't want to really entertain the discussion. You just want to just come over here and criticize people, which is fine. But there is a such thing as criticism that's also returned. It's a two-way street. Yes, there's a chat, but um, there's also the opportunity to come in here and directly talk with me. So if you just want to stay in the chat, then let me get this straight. You want to stay in the chat and criticize me from the outside, but you don't want to actually come and talk with me directly and criticize me directly in a fluid one-on-one direct exchange. Because apparently you think you can refute what I'm saying, or you think what I'm saying is a non-issue. Apparently you think you can pose a serious issue to what I'm doing right now. So if you really think so, then why would you just stay in the outside chat? Why wouldn't you take me up on my invitation to come and talk directly with me? See, the way I run my channel is I want to have like direct conversations with people. The reason why I have the chat opened up is in case I get to a point to where my viewership goes up and people want to talk amongst themselves. I'm not gonna when I get to a certain point in my sub count in the future, there's not gonna be any ability for me to literally just watch every single person in the chat, and it'll be an opportunity for people to have discussions in the side chat. That's the reason why I keep it open, not because I not because I don't want the chat to be open and not because I don't want criticism, but because there is times to where the viewer count does grow and more people join and then more people talk on the side. But right now, you are the only one in the chat. So I'm saying that I'm offering you the opportunity to come in here and talk directly with me. It's not like I'm trying to close myself off from people because I'm some person who thinks that I'm just beyond others or people are just inferior to me. The reason why I would even extend you an opportunity to come talk directly with me is because I see people like you on my level. I am a human, you are a human. By virtue of us being humans, we are on the same level with each other. So we should want to talk directly to each other. You can have whatever personal opinion of me you want to, because it's obvious that you're just here to criticize and just um, you're not here to have a real conversation. You're just here to get ticked because you have a bad opinion of me. You're not here for a legit discourse. Well, at the end of the day, Hannibal, you can have whatever personal opinion of me you want to. I don't care. I really don't care, honestly. And yeah, and I appreciate you letting me know how you feel, and I'm letting you know how I feel as well. You have the right to let me know how you feel, and I have the right to let you know how I feel in return. Because I get the feeling that you actually don't have a very, very solid basis for anything that you're saying. That's the reason why you want to stay on the outside instead of come talk to me directly. I think you are potentially concerned about maybe you may have a serious challenge if you actually come in here and talk with me directly. It's not even about um, getting banned or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that because people can get blocked or banned whether they're in the chat or whether they're in the room. That's not the issue here. The issue here is there are people like you who demand that people have to conduct themselves a certain way. Like there are certain hangouts or rather certain people in this community in which I don't talk about their channels anymore. I don't watch their hangouts anymore. And I don't demand that they act a certain way. I've gotten to the point to where I've cut certain people off. And at the end of the day, they're going to have their views and I'm going to have mine. But I'm not going to go to their channels and demand, I should say, that they conduct themselves a certain way. I'm not going to go to their channels and troll in their chat. I'm not going to reason with people who want to just be keyboard warriors all day. This is not was going to be what my channel is going to be about. Well, here's how it's going to be. If I get people like you coming on my channel and just trying to just infiltrate my chat and don't really want to like directly have a discussion with me, then why won't you, then why are you here? Apparently, you think you can make a point on the outside, but you can't talk to me directly. Now, people in the real world don't communicate like this. That would be like if you had my number and you was able to text me, but I wanted to talk to you personally, but you just said, no, I don't want to talk to you personally. I'm just going to text you all day. People in the real world offline don't act like this. When there's an opportunity to have a direct one-on-one exchange, they generally have it. They don't sit up here and be like, no, I'm just gonna keep my distance and text from the outside. You already know what I mean. You are trolling Hannibal Vector, and you are going to be banned if you want to just come to my chat and do this nonsense. You're not interested in general discourse. You're not interested in a mature discussion. You just want to criticize from the outside and be one of these keyboard warriors. That's all you want to do. I don't care whether you think I'm turning into other individuals or you don't like how I conduct myself. The bottom line is if you don't like what I say or how I conduct myself, then don't watch my videos. I don't like certain people and how they conduct themselves in this community, but I'm not talking about them anymore, and I'm not going to their channels anymore. I'm not, and not one time have I ever went to somebody's channel that I didn't like and start talking in the chat and basically saying, well, you could have improved on your behavior. It's easy to change the channel. If you don't like what somebody has to say or you don't like somebody's behavior, change the channel. It's that simple. You people don't want to change the channel. What you people want to do is you want to watch a certain station and complain endlessly about the content. Now, I don't think you are just making a recommendation. I think you're just like a lot of these keyboard warriors who just like to direct or rather distract from the discussion at hand. I'm given the invitation to have a discussion on a very, very important issue, but you don't seem to be interested in that. You seem to be more interested in critiquing my personal behavior. Well, if I'm making assumptions, then come in here and correct me on them. You have the invitation. I will put the chat, the link to this room in the chat, and then we can have a talk about it. You can correct me on my assumptions, or you can just sit there in the chat and try to like poke from the outside and criticize from the outside because you don't want to conduct yourself like an adult and come talk to me directly like an adult. Adults talk to each other. I don't, well, you could say I made an assumption, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me at this point. What matters to me is you got one or two options at this point. You can either come and talk to me directly and we can settle this directly like adults, like human beings, or you can stop typing in my chat. Those are your only two options at this point. If you don't choose to do one of the two, I'm going to just ban you. And I don't care what you think. I don't care what you like. I don't care whether you like it or not. I'm just going to ban you, point blank. So it's up to you what you want to choose, Hannibal. I'm not going to reason with people who want to be or conduct themselves foolish. Because I'm trying to be charitable here. All right, follow me. It's obvious that you don't want to come in here and talk about the issues. So if you leave another comment, I'm just going to ban you. Unless that comment is saying, I'm want to come, unless your next comment is saying that I want to come in this room, that you're ready to come in this room and talk to me. If your next comment is still whining about what you think my personal behavior is, I'm going to ban you point blank. Yep. I'm not putting up with this. I'm not putting up with people who want to come to my channel and criticize from the outside. I'm not putting up with this nonsense. I'm here to talk about the issues and only the issues. I'm not here to talk about my personal behavior or other people in this community. I'm here to talk about the issues. I don't care about your recommendations of things that may have happened in the past here in the G plus and the great debate community and how you want to analyze those and not really let those go away. I'm not putting up with that. The court is cut. I'm talking about the issues. So from here on out, if people want to bring these side relevant issues about other people and other things which happen in this great debate community, and they're not here to actually talk about the topic at hand, you're just going to get blocked. Plain and simple. If you don't like it, unsubscribe. At the end of the day, my channel is going to grow because I have good things to say and I have good things to bring to the table that people are going to want to hear. My channel is going to grow whether or not you have a personal opinion of me which is negative. My channel is going to grow. I don't know why people can't get it through their heads that if they don't like somebody, change the channel. If they don't like something, go somewhere else. I'm not putting up with this nonsense on my channel. I gave him the opportunity to have a direct one-on-one respectful exchange with me, and he refused, or he or she refused, whoever this Hannibal Vector person is. So if you don't like what I have to say, or you think my personal behavior is problematic, then don't come to my channel. You just got certain people out there that think they have this right or privilege to police people's behavior on the internet. It's ridiculous. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. The sexist argument of pro-aborts. I'm going to, well, here's what I'll do. I'll talk some more commentary about why I think this is just a stupid thing to say that men cannot participate in the discussion issue. I mean, the abortion issue, depending on the viewer rate, depending on the interaction rate in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat for people to come and talk about this issue. Because, like I said, all this other side stuff, no, that we're not going to talk about none of that. We're going to stick to the issues. If you have a certain way that you don't like about how I conduct myself, then this is the internet. Come on. You can change the channel at any time. You can go somewhere else, but we're going to stick to the issues. But you know what? I thought, hold on, let me do it this way. I was at first thinking about just waiting for the interaction in the chat to get up a little bit, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and put the link out there in case anybody's watching. So I gotta set up a few things here real quick. Okay. All right, got that done. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link out there. I mean, at first I wasn't gonna put it out there immediately, but what the heck? I changed my mind. I'll go ahead and put it out there just in case anyone's listening. So the link is in the chat right now. I'll also post the link on G Plus here. All right, so that's done now. But yeah, this is a really sexist argument to say that men can't participate in the issue because you are a man. It's it's sad that a lot of people have bought into that mindset. I mean, I really don't get it, but for some reason, a lot of people think that's actually a valid argument to make. You don't have to be a woman to talk about the abortion issue. You don't have to be a certain age. Like if you're 12 years old, you can't talk about it, or if you're black or white or whatever, you can't talk about it. You don't have to fit into some certain box to talk about the abortion issue. You can have just as much of a valid opinion and just as much of a valid input to the conversation, whether you're a woman or not, whether you're a certain age or not. We're talking about the unborn. We're talking about if the unborn has to have the right not to be killed. I think the pro-life position is most accurately described or defined rather in like a negative right, like the right not to be killed. The right to life is, I think, a solid way to define it, but I think that misses certain elements that pro-lifers are trying to argue. Like, like we could say that we have the right to like live, but I mean, then it gets into these semantic arguments about self-defense and stuff like um, just a whole number of different things. It we have a right not to be killed unjustly. I would say that would be a better way to put it because I think that has a better description or a stronger, more clear um, projection of what the pro-life message really is. Because the discussion can get lost a lot of times in the right to live, and I'm having a difficult time articulating exactly what I mean right now. But I think it's much better in talking about the right not to be killed. I think in that sense, the unborn have the right to life because they have the right not to be killed. They have the right to not have their life taken unjustly. But what I see from a lot of pro-aborts is they want to get away from that central discussion by inflating the argument with a bunch of distractions and a bunch of loaded language talking about you're not pro-life, you're pro-birth, you are a man, you shouldn't be talking about it. You need to get behind contraception. It's all these arguments that they try to just inflate the discussion with. It's one distraction after another. At the end of the day, pro-aborts know that they have no sound basis to tackle the direct central point, which is the abortion issue. The central direct point that the unborn has a right to have their life respected. The unborn has a right not to be killed. You can't just go and just kill any random human being whenever you want to. That same respect should be given to the unborn. And it should not matter the fact that the unborn has to use or to develop in another body for that to happen. How do pro-aborts expect the continuation of our species? How do they expect the continuation of humanity without having a respect for the unborn? So who do we have here? Emmanuel. Okay, let me broadcast him.
Yo, man, what's up?
Nothing, just talking about this illogical sexist argument that men cannot talk about the abortion issue. Oh, you're a man, you can't talk about it. You're a man, you can't get pregnant, you need to be quiet.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I can talk about abortion just like I can talk about illegal immigration and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I have a number of different objections to that lame bit of reasoning. Like, number one, is it only appropriate for me to talk about abortion when I agree with women who claim to be pro-choice? Does the extent of a man talking about the issue only mean that they can only agree with women who are pro-choice? Then you can talk all you want to. Then you can participate in the discussion because you actually agree with women. You so-called support women. Then you can talk all day long. But unless you agree with a woman, you have no right to say anything. What it comes down to is basically when they use the sexist argument, they're looking at men as um, suppressive to women. They're looking at men as pretty much nothing more than sperm donors. That's what it comes down to. A man can be a sperm donor. A man can impregnate a woman, but his opinion don't go beyond that. So basically, to try to keep men from talking about it is basically say, "Oh, you men are sperm donors, but you have to shut up after being sperm donors."
Yeah, yeah, man, that's ridiculous. As the person who helped make that child, I have a right in a child's life as well. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I did. It was some noise in the background, but yeah, I agree, man. I also have another objection to that nonsense. A lot of these same people who give this argument think that trans men are men. So what about looking at trans men as men but can get pregnant? Do they have no right to talk about the issue? Someone who was biologically born a woman transitions into a man because they like say trans men are men. That's the liberal mindset.
Oh
So if
yeah.
you have no right to talk about an issue and you're going to look at trans women as men, can a trans man who can get pregnant, does that man have no right to talk about the issue by that logic?
Oh yeah, man. You know that thing how trans people are like a minority group in our
Yeah.
press. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They chose to become a part of that minority group. They chose out of their own free will to go to that minority group and be so-called oppressed. So I don't know what the problem is. Just a special class of people with special rights. They chose to go in there. They chose to get into all that crap, and yet they're complaining about it.
Well, yeah, that is the same type of thing. Well, I mean, it's a little bit of a difference with people who are biologically born a woman. Um, they didn't. Well, actually, we can actually apply it this way too. You make a very valid point that they chose to get into that group. What if somebody was born a man, right, biologically, and then want to transition into a woman? Then can a man who is a transitions into a woman, then can he talk about the issue then? Can a trans woman talk about the abortion issue? Oh, for whatever reason, I feel like I'm a woman and then I transition into a woman. Now I can talk about the abortion issue because I'm a woman, according to their logic.
Hmm.
So which is it? Is it about whether you're a man or a woman? or about whether you can get pregnant or not.
It's all with them. It's all about how they feel. They think that how they feel has some sort of correlation to reality. Like if somebody feels like a woman, they're a woman. Somebody feels like they're a man, they're a man. Somebody feels like they're a 6-year-old girl, they're a 6-year-old girl.
Yeah, the feelings trump reality. That's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah,
Feelings trump reality. I feel like men should not be involved, and that trumps the reality that men should be able to talk on the issue.
yeah. And Trump's going to trump all those feelings when he wins.
What's that?
And Trump's going to trump all those feelings when he wins.
Yeah, it's very. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that whole Trump Hillary thing. Honestly,
Oh no,
I,
but dude, you
but
have to check this video out. Like, I was watching a YouTuber by Red Pill Philosophy, and dude, Hillary was literally like she couldn't stand it up. She was trying to go inside her van, and she was just walking down. It's like she was dying. She was like the energy was being sucked out of her.
yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me. He says I got an echo. Let me fix that real quick.
Yeah, only while Emmanuel's talking. Yeah.
Is that better?
Let's see what happens when I'm talking. Oh, it's good. It's perfect. Can I make one quick point? I saw your hangout. I just had to jump in.
Yeah, you always have to jump in, don't you? I'm just kidding.
I'm the jump in champion. Yeah. No, it's funny because I've been away. I'm doing stuff with my kids, so I haven't really been paying much attention to what's going on Google Plus today. And so, oh, good, Antonio's got a hangout, and as I often will do when you got a hangout, I'll fire it up. I'll see, oh, how long has it been going? I'll go back and listen to the first 2 or 3 minutes because that's where you kind of set the tone and the topic. And unlike a lot of the hangouts, when you do a topic, you're doing a topic. You'll let the conversation wander, but you always bring it back to the topic. So if a person's going to join an Antonio Fletcher hangout, you do want to listen to the first couple of minutes because it is actually what he wants to talk about. So I'm listening to that, and you said something. I just went, oh, that resonates with me. So people are in a room. Men. Actually, doesn't matter because even if it's mixed, there's going to be somebody out there. We now call them SJWs, who's going to say, "Oh, look at these men expressing their opinion about this social issue." Like, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to have an opinion now, because we're men, and you're a feminist. That is, we're just come 1 second here, Kate. Oh, it's because the cat's nearby. That's why. But to me, it's so antithetical. Like, I could understand somebody, not that I would agree with them, but understand somebody that had the position, look, men run society, women are not as smart as men, so men should have an opinion, and women should keep it to themselves. Wouldn't agree with that position, but there's some consistency to it, right? And I mean, to take it to the extreme, there were some cultures and periods of time in history where they said, well, it's the white people that are in charge, so other people shouldn't have an opinion. And again, not something I would agree with, but at least you got to respect the consistency. Because with these radical feminists, they claim to be arguing for feminism, which in the classical sense is focused towards reducing irrelevant discrimination based on gender, for increasing gender equality. But then you're having a discussion, and then all of a sudden they come up and they say, oh, excuse me, but the people of that gender shouldn't be allowed to express their opinion on this topic. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
So why it sort of struck a chord with me. I know, but you are interrupting. Just, you can wait for 2 minutes. I'm only going to talk. I know you've got plenty right there. We had done a Magic Sandwich show about 2 years ago where abortion was going to be the topic, and the guests on the show were a couple of young women who we knew them to be feminists, and we knew that they were there to argue for abortion rights. And in the pre-show, we had a little discussion. When DPR tells us, like, oh, it's going to be a bit of a touchy topic today because of abortion. How it sort of brings that out in people. So let's be sort of calm and not flippant and whatnot. Well, it turns out once we go to air, the two women that were there, who we understood to be feminists and, again, arguing for abortion access, were not merely feminists, but were radical feminists. I'd never encountered them before. And they were the wacko, radical, inconsistent feminists. And one of them introduced herself by saying, I think her name was Sarah. She says, "My name's Sarah, and I'm a feminist," or something like that, "and I think abortion's cool." And then, I should have my camera on for this. She goes, "And I think abortion's cool." And then she does a thumbs up gesture. And
Okay.
I know, I was just like, oh my God, like, where's this going? Like, what's going to happen now? Because I know, Antonio, you've heard this before. You guys use the term pro-aborts, and I'm sure quite often people resist that. They say, like, there aren't people that are like pro-abortion. Nobody celebrates or endorses or encourages abortion. I don't like the term pro-abort. I'm certainly not a pro-abort. I would fit your definition, but I think the term itself is applied loosely and unfairly. But for as many times as I've said, it's not pro-abortion, I think I've actually met people that are legitimately like, or at least they claim to be. And these are young women. I think they're young and stupid. I want to give them some credit for being young and stupid, and maybe they'll smarten up. But anyway, so they were weird, and we were sort of dealing with oh no, these aren't people arguing for abortion access. These are young women who think that they're sort of picking up the old bra burning fight from however many years ago, when real feminism was fought for. And partway through the broadcast, we get word that PZ Myers, are you familiar with PZ Myers?
Yep.
Yeah. PZ Myers was watching the show, and he did a blog post on Pharyngula about the broadcast during the broadcast. And it was like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know PZ Myers was a regular, but okay, I'll go read his blog post. And the show ended up going on extra long. It was like a 5-hour show or something ridiculous. So I ended up going to look at this blog post. And his blog post wasn't about the information or arguments presented, because, of course, he was a little upset we were disagreeing with these young women. You know, we thought initially we'd be agreeing with them because, oh, they're, arguing for abortion access, and but they're not. They were just crazies. And so we're disagreeing with them. And then so he writes this blog post where he goes, oh, great, I tune into the Magic Sandwich Show, and what do I see? 4 men talking about abortion. And the whole thing was on about what are men doing expressing their opinion about abortion? And I said, I'm going to have to use a bad word. I apologize, Antonio. I do try to watch my language on your show, but I'm just... my kids were just going around the corner, which is perfect timing because I can say this now. At one point, I said, "Oh yeah, well, there's PZ Myers typing this blog post out. He's such a pussy. Like, he could just come in and just join the conversation and tell us what he thinks, right?" And as you might guess, that was the worst thing to say because, of course, amongst these SJW radical feminists, when you use a term like that word, which we know refers to female body parts, they get really upset about it. It's not merely a vulgar word, but it's specifically a vulgar word that is misogynistic in nature. So I was immediately labeled misogynistic, that is woman-hating, because I used this word referring to women's genitals in a pejorative way to refer to a man, PZ Myers. And it was literally weeks, like literally weeks, I was getting email and Skype messages, like just any way that people could contact me through my Hogtie Champ character, of people just super angry about, I can't believe you were sitting there talking about this women's issue, and then when somebody points out to you that you shouldn't be talking about it, then you end up using this, and it just was never ending. So anyway, just when you said that, it really resonated with me because it was just just miserable audience reaction.
Which is very interesting, man, because you actually agree with them that they should have abortion rights. And it's crazy that you even get such a reaction from people. Okay, you got men who agree with you. I'm saying, look, I'm a man, and I agree with you on abortion rights, but you are literally arguing against me simply because I'm a man. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I had a problem with. And to clarify, I didn't really agree with the young women that were on the show because they were arguing for such an incredible level of body autonomy for women. Now, not that I think they were saying that men shouldn't have rights, body autonomy rights, but discussion of men's body autonomy rights is kind of off the table in an abortion discussion, I think, for an obvious reason.
Yeah.
But they were such extreme advocates of it. They were saying quite literally, and I know this is a question that you've asked and have people ask you this question. Well, what about abortion? Oh, first trimester, second trimester. What about abortion in, say, the last 5 minutes before labor? I mean, to me, that's a complete non-issue, because no, you just don't. I mean, no one is in the right state of mind to make a decision like that. And I'm sorry, you know what? Body autonomy is one thing, but you can go through that, right? Like, that's at that point, once you've got like a viable fetus that is, you know, literally minutes or hours or even days away from, you know, a natural birth, then I'm sorry, I don't know what your mental state is now. You've been pregnant for, you know, 39 and a half weeks. Like, you can push through to the finish line. I would even support a program under which women were taken into custody to finish the last few days of their pregnancy, just because it's a relatively minor inconvenience for the sake of there being a human life that's already pretty much complete at that point, or, you know, complete its formation at that point. But these women were saying literally in the last hour, if they're just like, no, I don't want to do this now. Well, who are you to tell them that they can't have an abortion at that stage? And I just heard that, and I just went, that's such a stupid position to take. Like, I could understand somebody offering it as like a what do you call it, a toy problem, or what's that called, a hypothetical? Where they give you something to kind of think about. Nobody's really offering it seriously. But I get it. Like, I mean, Antonio, if you said it to me, if you said, hey, Hogtie, look, you're saying that if a woman has an abortion scheduled for her second month of pregnancy, you're saying that she should be sort of the sole decider for doing that. We need to respect her decision. So where's that line drawn, Hogtie? If you put my feet to the fire and say, hey, Hogtie, where's that line drawn? How about at 16 weeks? How about at 28 weeks? How about at 32 weeks? Well, heck, how about at 39 and a half weeks? Right? I could understand if you wanted to challenge me with that sort of a question. I would get where you're coming from. But these young women were saying quite literally that women's body autonomy is the trump card. And if she, at 39 and a half weeks, said, yes, I want to have this baby, but then the next day came in and said, no, I changed my mind, I want an abortion, we have to say on the first day, okay, you want to have a baby, go ahead and have a baby. And then on the next day, we'd have to say, okay, you want an abortion, have an abortion. And I just think that is a absurd level. I mean, I do think body autonomy is important, but I think just like any other right, when we talk about rights in society, we need to respect those rights, but that respect has to be held in balance, and there needs to be limitations to these rights and freedoms and whatnot. And I think obviously that would be an example of a reasonable limitation. I mean, yeah, we need to respect their autonomy, but that would be an example where looking at their right to body autonomy in the context, then no, they couldn't do that. So I very much disagreed with them on that point. You know, hopefully, obviously.
Yeah, there's a surprising and an alarming amount of people who would actually literally argue abortion to the very point of pre-birth, like literally moments before birth. I can't tell. Yeah, I can't tell you how many people I've actually come across who have argued for that late. It's crazy. Yeah, I wasn't really trying to suggest that you like agree with them like on everything, because you definitely agree with them on, like, say, first trimester, like not a really big deal. I know, but I do know that you have like certain relevant lines that you draw for. I think you've given for good reasons. Like, ultimately, with me, I don't really think any line is a good line to even draw, because I think the life should be respected the entire pregnancy. But I can, from the standpoint of your position, Hogtie, I can definitely understand where you were coming from. Like, when there was a saying, oh, abortion is cool, and thumbs it up. Like, it's this like mindless thing that you basically should just look at it as if you're choosing to eat like ice cream or chocolate cake for a dessert or something like that. It's just,
I
can
think
I
It's not
ask
that
you?
type of thing.
it
Can
might
I
be
ask
part of
you
it.
a question?
Just real quick, I want to answer it real quickly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it might be kind of a part of a modern spirit of rebellion. It's young women who are like, well, no, I'm going to take this stance to the extreme, and I'm going to sort of challenge the establishment. That is, I say that in kind of a hopeful way. I hope they grow out of it. And by the way, Antonio, I wasn't accusing you of accusing me of agreeing with them. It's just I understand that you didn't see that broadcast and you don't know how fully crazy their position was. So I was just letting you
Okay,
know.
I
I was just
appreciate
letting you know.
that.
Yeah, I was letting you know
By
that
the
like
way,
I see how you would think I would agree with them, but if you heard how crazy it was, I didn't.
no,
I
no, no.
apologize, Neil. Go
By the
ahead.
way,
Yeah.
Hogtie, I love you, man. I'm sorry if anything in the
Sure
past.
you
I
do.
just want to clear that up, man, because me and you agree on a lot of stuff. Like the way that you and Antonio just agreed. I wish we could have that conversation. You know what I'm saying?
I
It's
think
really
we do
hard.
most often. Yeah.
Yeah. There's really hard times where people don't want to have a conversation. All they want to do is beat around the bush and not get to the point or the meat and the potatoes or the source of the argument. And I hope you're not one of those people. You know what I'm saying? Of course you're not. You obviously want to get to the point. You're one of those kinds of people, and I appreciate that about you. And I'm sorry if anything in the past. But what I wanted to ask Antonio
Yeah.
is, do you believe in evolution?
Mm, depends on what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I think evolution and abortion kind of go hand in hand in some kind of form or another.
I think
Is
it's
that wrong
quite
for me?
obvious in certain contexts. I do not agree with evolution.
Because in evolutionary terms, if we're just animals, then why not abortion? You
That's
know.
silly. That's just silly.
That's yeah, that I see where you're coming from, Neil. But that mean that's opening up a can of worms, man. I'm telling you, man.
I know, but you're the one that wants to break abortion. You're actually the only one on here that wants to break it over people's heads. Like, in fact, you are the chieftain of anti-abortion. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
He is the
because
chief,
I
and I am
think
his follower.
I
Whenever you bring up an abortion, I will come there to aid you, my sir.
Me
I
too.
appreciate that,
I will
man.
fly in like Neo trying to save Trinity. Anyway,
But
anyway.
I actually have a respect for Hogtie in his position because we talked about this issue so many times. So
Right,
we've
right,
gotten
right.
to the point with each other to where there are certain premises that we don't even argue with each other against anymore because
Exactly. And that's what the whole reason I'm bringing this up is. I think me and Hogtie actually agree, even though we've never even talked to each other, because I've heard the things that he said before, and that's kind of a Christian stance that I almost agree with. That that it's really the word evolution that throws me off, but we're not going to talk about that. If you want to talk about abortion, then it's different. But
yeah,
excuse my wife laughing back there. She's talking about she's listening to Friends or something. But what I was saying is, we all agree. I think we all do here. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where we say you're full of bullshit. Excuse my
yeah,
language. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because if you're rational with somebody and you say, well, if that's the way that you think about it, then so be it. It's not like you're trying to tell other people what they believe is wrong. That's the point that it becomes, a debate. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. Like I said, I know I'm pretty well aware of Hogtie's position on it for the most part, and
Right.
that's just where we're gonna stand. Maybe there'll be certain, maybe at some point he'll change his position, and I mean it's possible I could change mine. I don't see that happening
I
in
don't see
any
that happening with
capacity,
you either, but yeah,
you
go
know.
ahead.
But yeah, I'm like, you know what? I've talked to Hogtie so many times, and I know what his position is. I'm not going to argue against him every time he
What's really
comes in here
sad?
because it's just going to
Yeah.
create like a really, really
What's really
bad.
sad? What's really sad is I've been around a long time. I've been around a long time with Hogtie. I've been around since Nadia days. I've been around since Pal Talk days. I've been around since nobody ever really actually noticed me. I like to stay in the shadows in the background. Everybody knows that about me. I don't know if
Hmm.
you know
I
Hogtie knows
figured
that.
that out.
But I mean, I definitely know who these people are, and I know who Hogtie is. And me and Hogtie have talked many, many of times in chats and stuff. And I really do appreciate, I just want to express my ultimate gratitude for people like Hogtie, you know, that don't like to like publicly slander people. You know what I'm talking about? Like the whole,
Absolutely.
you know what I'm talking about? The whole emotional argument thing. Hogtie,
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you that you're better than they are. Please be better than they are. I'm begging you, and you are better than they are. You know what I'm talking about?
I do appreciate that, and I'm quite glad to hear that because I have received some feedback over the last while about a JD Kane show at TST, and there's sort of this feeling like, oh, if I'm ever on there, then I'm the term that people use is a bad influence and whatnot. You know, people are people. I enjoy the other people's company, and I have my own opinions, and the sort of active effort on some of your brothers to discourage people in participating on things on JD Kane's channel, and just think, okay, well, as Antonio puts it, like we're grown-ups here. We can decide on our own which hangouts we go into. But thank you. I do appreciate you mentioning.
Yeah, and I don't mean that Antonio is new. In fact, I would encourage Antonio to be better than me. See what I'm saying? So these new people that come on here, like Antonio and such, you know,
Yeah.
they're the new version. They're the 2.0 of Neo and people like me. They're the new version of Nephilim. They're the new version of true empiricism. They're the new version of whatever you've heard of. You see what I'm saying? Give
Yeah.
them a chance. Give these people a chance because they know more. I think some of these people that come on here nowadays know more than any of us do because they've stepped back and they've watched all the YouTube videos about us, right? About you and me, Hogtie, about True Empiricism. You see, and Neff and all these people, they've watched TST. They've watched all this stuff. And finally, they feel compelled to come in here and say something.
Yeah, I
You
think
know what I'm
that's a
saying?
good point, man. Because like, although I'm fairly new ish to this community, I am definitely like not new to the internet in general. Like I was regular observer from the outside, watching videos in the earlier days of YouTube, like in the earlier days of Thunderfoot, DPR Jones, Veritas 48, Das American Atheist, all these sorts of people. I remember all those dudes from the earlier days of atheists and theists here on YouTube. And I had made a few videos here and there, but I didn't have anywhere near the level of like intellectual basis for argumentation that I do today. So I didn't really try to I'm not really compete, but try to argue on the same level as those dudes because they were way out of my league at that time, and I had to do a lot of studying on my own to even like remotely understand certain things like particular logical fallacies and stuff like that. And yeah, but I'm not new to the internet, but this G plus community, I'm like new-ish too. So, but when people mention folks like Thunderfoot and DPR Jones and um, the Amazing Atheists, I know who those people are. Venom Fingers, I know I'm pretty familiar with certain backgrounds of
Thank God.
YouTube before the G
Thank
plus
God you've
community
never
came.
heard of Forbidden Fruit. But go ahead, yeah. I don't know
Yeah,
if you ever
he
heard
was
of it yet.
he was pretty short-lived. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. And you guys both raised some really good points, and it's a little frustrating to me here because
right.
as all of us observe, we sort of have the same conversations over and over again. And I think that's part of your point, Neil,
Why
is that
can't we kill this? Why can't we end it? Why can't we stop it? Why
well,
can't we stop
we did at
this
least.
madness?
I know. Well, we need at least new fresh topics, new variants on it. I mean, we're not. I mean, it's never going to end because when you have issues that I mean are foundational,
Finish him.
like what we're talking about, obviously. But at least there's some new topics coming in. I mean, this is sort of the probably the highest praise I have for Antonio, aside from Antonio's moderation policy, which I can encapsulate as let the guy finish, right? It's a very simple moderation policy, and Antonio is the only one who enforces that as a policy. But aside from that, he brings in a mix of topics. Like I say, you got to listen to the first couple of minutes of the Hangout to know what he wants to talk about today, and then that's what we're talking about. It's not just let's have another random scrum. And you guys are raising some issues that I think are new and interesting and sort of about
Excuse my language, but let's fucking finish it. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop all this madness, bro. All we're
well,
creating, you know what I'm saying?
Well, the discussion is going to continue because it's not like I mean, people can agree to disagree on something like common ancestry, but people still want to talk about it. They want to say, what's your basis for this? What are the consequences of it? That sort of thing. But I want to sort of what I'm a little frustrated about was that because as much as I enjoy it, well, that's good. It's a new topic. As I mentioned, I do have to go. Like I just we got sort of our Sunday evening stuff, and I'm sitting here going, oh, I kind of want to talk to these guys about this. Those are really good points.
And you're so great, Hog Tie. Man, anytime you want to talk to me, please private message me or anything. Please, please.
No, it's not a problem, especially, and I especially like doing it in Antonio's room. I will say about in terms of Antonio being new, I know he's actually been a viewer of content produced by, quote unquote, both sides for a very long time, and he's familiar with a lot of these older names, and I think that's good that then he stepped in without that sort of chip on his shoulders. A lot of people on both sides tend to form. I think the conversation kind of wears you down after a while, and you start getting more wrapped up in the personal stuff. It's time then to sort of walk away. And
I never had a chip on my shoulder against you, man. The whole thing started with the community thing, and then you start to label people and start to associate them with them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, just on my side of that, I don't have a chip on my shoulder for anyone else in the community. There's times that I'm expressive about I really don't like when this person does this kind of thing, but then I'm often surprised to hear when somebody's like really, really upset with me. I mean, just in the last couple of days, like I've been in hangouts where I've popped in to say like I'm really kind of upset with True Empiricism because of these things that he's saying.
I'm kind of upset over the whole Christian community as a whole. I'm really upset with them. Yeah.
But at the same time, I was also, while doing some tasks today, I was kind of mentally composing. I wonder if I should send True Empiricism a little Skype message to be like, look, I understand you're going to sort of ignore us for a while, and I'll do my best to ignore you, but just understand there's well-wishing there. And I was trying to think of, it's really funny because you say, well, it's okay to be sort of publicly mad at somebody, but I want to make sure that he knows it's not personal.
I told you, I beg of you to be better than him, and that's what you said you just did. You were better than him, right? You're so much better than him that you would say, hey, man, I love you even if you don't love me.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, the other thing is I know that he's very frustrated with me as well, but I'm also, I've known him for about 3 years, and there was a period towards the middle where we actually had sort of better exchanges, and my guess about his character, I don't think he's actually angry with me. I certainly don't think that there's any love.
He is genuine, though. He is genuine.
Yeah. So it'll pass. It'll pass, and he'll find his path, and
I think you're genuine too. I really do think you're genuine.
I really appreciate that because I say, especially the last couple of months, I'm hearing more of that sort of fake, he pretends to be nice thing, which, as I've mentioned before, that's a phrase that baffles me.
That's exactly what I'm against here on Google Plus. I'm like an anti-fake fighter. Fakeness, like I can't stand fake people on here.
Yeah.
People fail to realize that the internet and real life are not the same.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that so much.
Yeah, it's kind of with me. When I try to debate some people online, if you're typing, they will say some things that would try to take me off, and I'm like, calm down, just don't do it. And then I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna curse at this guy while defeating him at the same time.
Exactly.
And like, I'm calling him, you freaking idiot, shut the fuck up, get out of here, kill yourself, get a nice cold glass of bleach and kill yourself since you like death so much.
You want to get me mad? Start acting fake. As soon as you start acting fake, you'll get me pissed off. I'll guarantee that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, threaten my life, and I'll be like, okay, listen, man, get a nice cold glass of bleach and drink it since you like death so much.
Dang.
Get it?
Ain't even that serious.
That's alarming.
Yeah, I know it's alarming. That could be a very serious.
You know what else pisses me off was when people say that you don't know anything, that you have no intellect, you have no dog in this fight. You're nothing, and you will never understand what we're talking about. That is a killer of a conversation right there. That's what kills conversations. When people say stuff like that to you, they're like, "You don't understand." Well, if I don't understand, why are we even having this conversation? You're not granting me, you're not stepping in my shoes, you're not saying that when you begin a conversation or a debate, you have to grant that each person in that debate is rational. Is
Yeah.
that yeah?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's actually, you may or may not have heard, but I did have an objection to that recently about somebody saying, well, part of the problem is a lot of the people in the discussion just have like diminished IQ, like they're just simply not capable of understanding. And I really reject that sort of thing, or especially when they say, well, you know, those guys didn't go to college, so they're incapable of understanding it. I'm like, what are you
Oh,
talking about? Like, it's the 21st century,
But
right?
wait,
Like,
it doesn't matter if you go to college. You're
Oh,
saying
sorry.
college for what, though? What college? Like, I have a degree in computer science. Does that matter to somebody who has a degree in biology? No.
it depends what you're talking about.
Right.
Because
You
if you're
see?
talking about computing science, it damn well better matter. But yeah, so I was sort of openly objecting to that sort of attitude that you write people off. And there's one thing that I do wish that it would sort of come out a little more. Like, I know that again, I don't want to dwell on the situation with true empiricism, but I know that in the last couple of his videos, he's kind of mentioned about. I think he feels like people don't respect him, and that they sort of try to take him down a peg, and that
Oh, I do.
they think he's stupid.
I do.
Well, the thing I wish he would understand, I think part of what his frustration is these days is that he feels sort of not respected by people, and I wish what he would understand is, well, for one, is that there's things you do in your behavior choices that make it so that people respect you or don't respect you, and I think he's sort of made some bad choices there. But aside from that,
Right.
just his overall participation in the conversation, what he needs to remember is that when somebody's having a conversation with you, for me, for example, when I have a conversation with true empiricism, I listen to what he says because I want to know what he's thinking.
Why am
may
I
not
the
come to
only
agree with
one
it,
that he
but
doesn't attack? He doesn't attack me because he knows. You see what I'm saying? You have to be on his side. If you're
Yeah,
not on
but
his side, you know what I'm saying? You're automatically a target if you don't believe what he believes. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
well, I mean, I guess people sort of suffer that vice, and he kind of suffers it in excess. I kind of take your point there, but I just wanted to make the point that about conversation, that when I'm listening to him, it's because I want to know what he's put together, what he's actually thinking, and when I'm talking to him, it's because I think there's a point to that conversation. It's because I respect him enough to know that if that there's a reason why I would open my mouth to put words in the air, and that's
He
because
believes that.
he's capable of at least, processing and understanding what I'm saying.
But
But
he
I didn't-
believes that
but I didn't-
truly. He believes it truly. How can you argue something that he actually, you know what I'm saying? He believes it so much that no matter what you say, isn't going to matter. You get me?
No, and I don't intend to change his mind, but it's actually, no, that's not true. There are things that I would seek to change his mind about. Like, I think fairly famously, last December, he and I talked for about 90 minutes in a live hangout, where we talked about the chemistry of DNA. And it was honestly my intent to change his mind, because he had an argument that my understanding was it started with, well, look, DNA wouldn't have just sort of randomly assembled itself in the ocean, because DNA breaks down in water. Therefore, you need to sort of move forward and think of other things like an intelligent creator.
Yep.
But he couldn't make it to the therefore part, because everybody jumped up and said, actually starting with a comment from Fiona, well, just by the way, DNA doesn't just fall apart in water.
Resolve in water. Yeah. No, I've heard about this whole thing.
Yeah. So, well, I'm just recapping it that quickly, because
Don't be a wolf in sheep's clothing, by the way. I'm just telling you.
what do you mean?
No, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just joking with you about
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm just recapping it fairly quickly, because what I want to say is that what I was trying to convince him of in December was if you're trying to lay out an argument that leads to, well, therefore you should look towards something other than naturalistic causes, and that might keep you open-minded to things like the Christian faith. If that's his point, what I was trying to convince him of was that you don't get there. Like, you notice that, remember that's why I mentioned the whole DNA falling apart in water thing, is because he starts the argument, and then somebody pipes up and says, excuse me, DNA doesn't fall apart in water, and then now we're stuck on that point.
You have to forgive people that want scientific. Go ahead.
I know.
Sorry.
And what I ended up having there was I now had to like twice repeat what I'm saying, because you're okay. So he said the thing, and his point isn't about DNA. His point is about opening your mind to other than naturalistic causes, which would open your mind to the possibility that the Christian faith is true and is worth looking into. And he can't get to that point, because as soon as he mentions the DNA falling apart in water, somebody has to pop up and say, well, actually, just on that technical point, DNA doesn't fall apart in water. Well, now we're gonna have 6 months worth of discussion over this point in chemistry. So when I talked to him in December in that public hangout, I didn't have a room full of people. It was just he and I talking, because what I tried to change his mind about was this idea, look, first off, you're wrong on the chemistry. DNA doesn't fall apart in water.
Yeah.
And second, why don't you learn that fact and talk about the chemistry as it actually is?
Well,
Because if you can talk correctly about chemistry and then connect that to something that would leave somebody open-minded to the Christian faith, isn't that a more effective strategy for, one, having a good conversation, and two, opening up people to Christian faith? And
you're going too far.
I wasn't successful.
You're going way too far. Like, you got to stop at one point, because I can't like, sit there, and I'm not defending him, but as soon as you go that far on him, that's where he starts to shut down. You see what I'm saying? Because as soon as you got to point 1 that you made, you've been through about 6 points so far. It's hard to keep up, man. I'm not blaming you for this. Is why Hogtie shuts down the way that he does. Is because you're explaining way too many things at once. And I would love to go back to point 1 where you said that, where he said the thing about, like, sorry, I have something playing. I have a stupid ad open on my computer. I'm sorry. Give me a chance. Go ahead, Hogtie.
It was one of those things where you have a window open and then the ad just starts playing sound whether you want it or not. Yeah.
I don't know where the hell it's at. Trust me, my computer's awesome. Oh, I know where it's at. I'm actually playing Borderlands 2, the video game. That's my problem right now.
Well, I mean, in terms of the style, I mean, I do like to have a I do have a point. Like when I start saying something, I do have a point, and it may take 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to the point. And then certainly feel free to respond to whatever. You said you had something to say about the first point. Yeah. I mean, where we started that with was about the idea of convincing.
Exactly. That's where I wanted to go with it.
Yeah, and I know I can't. There's no conversation I can have with him that's going to end up with him walking away saying, "Oh, I guess this identity thing is wrong." I don't expect that, and I don't desire that either. That's not why.
It could, though. There is a possibility. It's just very, very slim. It's a probability problem. It has nothing to do with the possibility. Like, there's a probability you may say something to Hogtie that makes him go home and think. And you said that had happened before, right? Correct?
No, I don't think. I mean, from the feedback I've gotten over the years, what I hear from people is that they were thinking about various issues, and then they heard something I said, and then in the context of things that they watched, Aaron Ra's videos, or they just sort of started paying attention to stuff, and they sort of will send a thank you for along the lines of, well, thank you for being one of the voices that I listened to.
Well, thank you for being one of the voices on my keyboard that's showing up right now, by the way. Yeah. Did you see that anyway? I didn't know if you noticed that your voice is on my keyboard right now.
Oh, I didn't know. That's a cool feature. Yeah.
Go ahead and test it out.
No, I get it. That's pretty cool. But yeah, no, I don't. I've never had somebody give me feedback along the lines of, well, I was listening to you talk, and then all of a sudden it all made sense, and I just threw away my faith. It's always people who say
all
that.
Of it, some of it. I'd say some of it, not all of it. Yeah.
Well, maybe I exaggerate what your point is. But the usual feedback that you get is that people are saying it was a process over months. And that yours was many voices that sort of opened my mind to, well, I need to start looking into these issues, and then that's when I realized, whatever they came to realize. But I certainly have never thought that there was something specific that I said that just changed someone's mind about it.
Shit. Now you've destroyed everything with that statement, because here's why. You have destroyed everything because that would mean evolution isn't true either. That would mean. So
you're really fired up about that, eh?
No, I'm not talking about evolution. I'm just talking about anybody's worldview is destroyed at that point. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sure, you're okay. I misunderstood what you're saying. Yeah, there's never been that sort of like flash.
Certain absolute necessity. What are the words that I could go through a bunch of words. Necessity, absolute, truth. The way that the Calvinist talks to another Christian, they say that it's absolute necessarily true, biblical doctrinal truth. The way that they talk to me, as if there is no free will. What would you say about free will, even though that you're not a believer? Would you believe that free will exists even if the Bible wasn't true?
You know what? I got to avoid that. You can call it dodge it if you want. But as I say, I do have to go. I can give you sort of a short answer.
Oh yeah, you did say you
I
had
don't.
to go.
I don't. Yeah. I don't think. I don't think I know what people mean when they say free will. I
Free
certainly
will,
feel as
yeah.
if I'm making choices,
Mhm.
but I know every time the free will conversation comes up, I can detect that when people disagree, they're sort of talking about free will in a slightly different sense than the other person. And I don't think I've got the sort of philosophical refinement to get.
And
I mean,
by
I do
the way,
think
this
people make
all of this
choices.
has to do with abortion. By the way, yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can't give you a better answer than that. So you go ahead, yeah.
No, you know what I mean. It all has to do with abortion. But anyway, yeah. Like whether if you're a Christian that doesn't believe in abortion or does believe in abortion, or an atheist who does believe in abortion, or an atheist who doesn't believe in abortion. Believe it or not, there's atheists out there that do not like abortion.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
one who doesn't like abortion. Actually, there's maybe I should. Can I just follow up real quick about event?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
There was a story that I had posted in response to last week about a young woman who the story being circulated is that she had died after an abortion procedure about 3 days after the abortion procedure, because she died in Michigan, and it was on July 3rd she died. But yeah, I've been looking around for more details in that story. I mean, it's I was trying to write some stuff for Google Plus at that point, kind of making the point that this is one of the reasons why people shouldn't be flippant or cavalier about abortion, because abortion is a procedure to be avoided. Like, just you don't want it. It's not something to be entered into lightly. And if there are ways that we can improve our society and the way we raise our children,
Or technology. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, and improve our own personal choices, so that you don't ever need to get an abortion, you're going to be that much better off for never
Oh
having
my
it.
God, give me $1 million and I swear to God I will stop abortion right now. Trust me, man. I have the technology. I could create technology just with a small little $1 million loan like Donald Trump got from his father, right? Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that I'm not quite convinced that even if we had a way to, let's say, have artificial wombs, I'm not convinced that would
Oh no,
end the
it
issue.
goes further. It goes further than that.
Wait, hold up.
You're not thinking far enough about it. Yeah.
Hold up. Artificial wombs?
Yeah, artificial
Yeah.
wombs are just the first step. That's the first step. You know what the ultimate step is? Is where somebody wants to abort their baby, right? And
Yeah.
let's say that person wants to abort it. Of course, there would have to be a justified reason. Maybe the mother is dying or something like that. We're talking about the 1% of people that are justified for abortions. We can actually kill abortion altogether. Like, with technology, we could stop 100% of all abortions right now with technology. I really do believe that.
Oh, I believe it's a potential possibility. I'm just saying that I don't think it would end the whole debate, because
No, it
I
wouldn't end
think,
the debate. Yeah, of course not. Yeah.
You just mean like people aborting altogether.
You know,
yeah, it
Well, I
would.
mean, there would be no reason to abort anymore
Ah,
if you
right.
create a, you know, what I'm saying that's the whole point. You're going to create something that is unabortable, is what I'm saying. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
wait.
like a.
Well, can you give us the idea in a nutshell? Like, I really do have to go ahead. Actually,
Okay,
no.
the idea in a nutshell is that we do what Antonio said. We're going to start with artificial wombs. That's the first step. Artificial wombs is where somebody that says, let's say, first of all, we got to change the laws. The first point is the law. Is that we can no longer allow abortions to happen unless it's medically needed. Medically needed. It has to be a medical condition that causes abortions, right? See what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with whether the mother wants to be irresponsible with having a baby or not.
But wait.
So this first of all, the society would have to change. It would almost be a Judge Dredd society. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen Judge Dredd? Anybody? No?
Yeah, I
No?
remember. I remember that movie.
Okay.
But wait.
Yeah.
Well, wait, Antonio.
Yeah.
Peace, y'all. How y'all doing?
Sorry. I mean,
Out to the panel. How y'all doing, fellas?
How's it going,
Hey, what's
Yeshua,
up, bro?
man?
What's up,
Hey,
Yeshua, what's up? Wait, who?
Wait,
I
wait.
forgot your name. I forgot your name. Yeshua, don't you? Jesus. Okay. Hey, what's up, man? I forgot your
What's
old
up,
name.
Neil? How you feeling?
What's
Hey,
up,
let me
man?
ask y'all something. I ain't seen you in a minute.
I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Man, what's up, man? Anyway, go. Everybody, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you guys have a good night. We'll chat again soon.
I just
Sure.
want to
Yeah,
ask
man.
something. I just came in here to ask a favor from you guys,
Yeah.
real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my Google Hangout back going, man, and I click on my Google Plus, right? And I don't see my Hangout option there, man. It's no longer
Okay,
there.
so Google Hangouts is going to end tomorrow for the live function, but you will still be able to access Google. So right now they're going through the transition tonight.
Yeah.
On September 11th, which is coincidentally when the Twin Towers went down. So
Wow.
anyway, yeah. So yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
that means I can't like if I want to do a Google show live tonight, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, you'll be able to do it. You just have to set up through YouTube.
Yep. So you have to do it through YouTube. You can't do it through Google anymore.
Oh,
Google Hangouts anyway.
wow. So how would
Yeah.
I do that? Just go to my YouTube
I
channel?
cannot tell you because they haven't released that service yet.
Wow. So how I couldn't be able to do nothing then?
Nope. And some people figured it out. They know how to launch Google Live Hangouts off of their YouTube channel, but
Right. Look, cause I'm in this one live right now. How y'all get this one live?
from
Antonio's the
Google
master
Hangouts.
here.
Oh, I mean,
Antonio's the master here.
I'd always set mine up through YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, you just
He's
how you do
always
it?
done the YouTube thing. Yeah.
How you do it? You just go on your YouTube channel and then what?
And then you go to YouTube Live Hangouts or something like that. Yeah.
Let me screen share the process.
Okay. Appreciate you, Karen.
Yeah.
Wait,
Antonio knows about it. And the thing was,
I'm
I've done this
And
before,
I'll be out
but
your ways.
it's not the same thing as Google Hangouts anymore. Though. It's not the same thing.
What you do is you go to upload. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Anyway, you go to upload here, and then once you go to upload, what you do is you go to live streaming right here, and then you go to events, and then you just click on like new live event right here, and then you just title it whatever you want, and then you click this go live now button, and it'll set up a hangout for you. It's really that simple.
Nice.
Oh, thanks, brother. You
it.
said click the live one. It was one step before that.
Yeah, this is how I've always done it. It's the easiest way for me, and I think this is the option that'll be available after they make the changes.
Okay, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, dude.
No problem, man.
Yo, Neo.
All right, and good to see you, Neo, again, man. And
Hey,
thanks, man.
Jesus DiCaprio, I love you, bro. I love you, man.
Absolutely, man. Love you too, King, man.
God bless you.
Hold your
God
head up.
bless you and your family, bro.
Yeah,
Yours too. Yours too, likewise, King. All right, y'all take care.
you too.
Even though you're a black Hebrew Israelite, I don't care.
No, I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. All right, y'all.
All right,
I
man.
love you, bro.
All right, you too, King.
Yo, Neo.
I'm just making fun of him because he used to like have to do that thing with me every time I seen him. He'd be like, "Oh, you're of the Esau and the Edomite because you're a white man, a wheat man." I said wheat man.
Emmanuel, did you have something to ask me earlier?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Emmanuel.
I meant actually, I was mistaken. I meant to ask Neo, concerning that 1% that would need an abortion. How do we find a way to make sure the child doesn't feel any pain?
Oh, trust me. Give me billions of dollars and I will stop abortion. I will. Trust me. Just give me all the money in the world and I will stop abortion right now. And here's how you're going to do it. I'll tell you. I'll lay out the plan how you're going to stop abortion. The plan is you stop the political game of abortion. First of all, you shut down every abortion clinic on the planet. The Chinese have the largest abortion clinic on the planet. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Oh yeah, that thing
Given
about
their population, yeah.
that thing about only having like one child, right?
Yeah, like 1 or 2 children, yeah.
And that's
and
and because of that, lots of Japanese people, Chinese people are hoping that their child is a boy. more
Do
than
you
enough.
want to go through facts? I mean, Antonio knows all this stuff. I don't even have to do this to you right now.
Yeah.
If you want, if you want the plan, go ahead. Yeah. By the way, my keyboard doesn't light up when I talk, but it only lights up when you guys talk. Watch. Go ahead.
I think that's funny, man.
With a
Oh,
small
that's awesome.
with a small loan of $1 million, Neo will turn everything he touches into gold.
$1 million like Donald Trump, right?
$1
He
million.
said, "I got a small loan of $1 million."
Whatever Neo touches turns into
Yeah, I
gold.
presented you on purpose because I wanted to see that awesome keyboard.
Go ahead and talk. Every time I talk, it shuts off. But when
wait,
you
what
talk,
would- what would happen?
Antonio,
Yeah, what's up, man?
another
By the
way
way,
you
I
could
can
do
change
that
the direction
so
of
it
it.
so it just doesn't fill up the whole screen and people can see who's in the chat is whoever
Nobody
you
cares who you
whitebox,
are.
whoever you whitebox will
Yeah.
be the one who's being presented.
By the
So
way, that's
Okay,
the other
so
way.
leaves the film
so,
strip up.
If anybody noticed, that's
so
the other way.
basically, I can stop presenting and just white box them.
Yep, and it locks the it keeps the camera from whoever you highlight. It'll go to them.
It'll go to them.
Okay.
Well, when I talk, my keyboard doesn't light up.
Yeah.
It only lights up when you guys talk. By the way,
I wonder what it'll do if music is playing.
I have music playing in my headphones.
Meow, meow, meow. Oh, it's not like a real equalizer. It's just like
No, it is. It is. Actually, it is. But I have it set. I'm trying to move it. Like, I can move it left, right, up, down, or I think left is the best way. So that way, or actually, right is the best way. Let me do right. Go ahead. And I can change the color.
That
And
is.
It does a
interesting.
bar. It does a bar also. And let me do the other way. Let me do left, so you can see it that way. Go ahead.
You do have like a DJ type voice, Chris.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Christopher Sean is his real name. By the way.
Yeah.
That's not the name I'm using in the chat. So why would you do that?
Because you do the same thing to me.
I call you Neo.
No, you know my real name. You troll.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Alrighty. Okay. So why is it that when
Your
people
voice
try to
acts.
give you hypothetical examples of when an abortion might be the only option, you
Sean
exclude
loves
those
this
as
one.
just ridiculous options?
The king of abortion here, by the way. The king of abortion.
No,
Only
I
two
know
more
it.
and I'll get one free.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of a rude thing to say, but what about my question, Antonio? That's really all I had.
Say again. I thought you were talking to Neil with that question. Say again.
Well, let's see, when a scenario is proposed or a situation is looked at, you always kind of say, that's rare, that never happens, or we can't, it can't be justified off of just that one situation. And I guess my question would be is what do we do with the people in that one situation if you got your way? Tell them tough luck.
If I got my way, what do you think
Yeah.
we did before? What did we do before?
I know what he's getting at. He's going to get at the point where in Africa, more abortions happen more than in America. By the way, if you've ever heard of this statistic before, there's like many abortions happen in Africa because of some kind of disease or just something that's going on that's rampant or whatever it is. So they try to equate these statistics to America. Eventually, we're going to get to this point. I'll guarantee it. And they're going to be like, oh well, abortions happen all
Poisoning
across the world.
well.
All across the world, abortions happen. So in America, we should care because abortions happen in America like 1 or 2% of the time, legitimately.
No, that wasn't where I was going. Where I was going.
And what are you talking about anyway? Like, are you talking about in like life-threatening cases. I'm not sure where you're going
Oh
with
no, he's
this.
gonna beat you around the bush, and he's gonna do this whole thing where he creates this whole like, well, people could do abortions all the time. You know, like abortion is not that uncommon. Abortion happens everywhere. Abortion is legal. Abortion, why if it's not legal, then why won't we just kill all of the babies that are,
Because
you know, see what I'm saying? It just gets
because
to the stupid point.
if you're gonna talk about life-threatening instances and or cases of rape, for example, you already know what my position is. You've heard me give these
That's one
answers
or two
several
per 1 or 2%
times.
of the time that those things happen. 99% of the time, abortion should not happen. Only 1 or 2% of the time should abortion happen. And the
This,
reasons for abortion is because it's going to kill the mother, or the baby is not fully developed, or some kind of thing happened, or an infection
so,
happened.
so basically, if
So
you're gonna attempt to address me on along those lines, you already know what answer I'm going to give you. So I don't even know why you would put forth this idea yet again.
you see how they do this stupid thing? You know what I'm saying? They have no argument. They just did this. Mr. Sean here. Oh, he's sniping people now.
Wow.
Yeah, he sniped. Well, anyway,
Wait, what? Who sniped
turn
who?
your autofocus off, Neo.
Wait, who sniped who?
Sean. Well, I'm not talking about sniping. Sean left the room because he had no argument. He knew it. But anyway, if you want to go ahead, I'm sorry. I get pissed off when people like him are known trolls. Sean is the ultra mega troll.
But
Wait, who's that?
I like talking to him though. He's a funny guy.
Go ahead and try to help him because there is no helping somebody like that. That guy has been known as Christopher Hitchslap on Google on Yahoo. I'm sorry.
I mean,
On YouTube. Since like day one.
I don't know. There's something unique about him. I kind of like busting his chops, and he likes busting mine. So it's a fun time whenever he comes around. I don't know why I have a interest when he comes around. It's always a very lively conversation.
Well,
You know, I'm pretty well.
he never had a point, and he never will have one, and he knows that.
I'm aware of that. If he wants to get stumped every time he comes in here, he can get the business every single time.
Well, this is the first time that I had to kill him for you, but anyway. Well,
Yeah, but yeah, I'd like it when he comes around now. We have good conversations, even though we take indirect or direct jabs at each other. It's all good fun, even though at the end of the day we're going to vehemently disagree on things like abortion and homosexuality and whatnot. I still think he's a funny guy, and he makes conversations interesting.
yeah, but funny and Jesus Christ are two different things.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, I'm still going to
I'm
serve
sorry I'm
Jesus.
so damn serious. Why are you so serious? I'm damn serious. I can't stand it. I can't stand fake people. All they want to do is beat you around the bush. They don't want to get to the meat and the potatoes. They don't want to get to the source or the point of an argument.
Am I
Yo,
not
the-
working?
It's
Yo, let me-
working.
They
Let
just
me-
keep
let me
beating
ask
you
you-
everywhere. They just want to keep doing this thing where they're like, no, you're wrong, even though I'm right. But they never made a point. Listen, it's like a pre-supper, like a Calvinistic, apologetic pre-supper. All they do is keep asking you, how do you know that? How do you know that, Sean? How do you know that, Antonio? How do you know that? How do you feel about that? And then you know what my response is? How do you know? Because you don't know. And in fact, neither one of us know, and neither one of us will know. There is no facts. You keep saying that you present facts. What facts do you present that everybody in society, every person on the planet believes in? Because you must be talking about your circle of people. You're not talking about me. Because when you say we,
You talking
that's a
about
logical
you talking to me?
fallacy. Well, I'm talking to anybody. When you say we, that's a logical fallacy right there. Because there is no we. Keep saying the word
We all
we,
agree there.
and we all agree. Who's this we that you keep talking about?
The population at large.
Then that's a logical fallacy. Here's a logical fallacy. The logical fallacy is
We all breathe oxygen.
no, it's called ad. Have you never heard of ad majorem?
No.
I'm not talking to you, Emmanuel.
Oh, sorry.
Ad majorem. Ad majorem.
Explain
Look
it to me.
Is it different than ad populum?
Yeah, it's the
I
same thing
think
as
it's
ad
the-
populum, but it is ad majorem or ad
Right.
populum.
Do you
but
know
it is,
that there's a? Can I answer that now, Neil? Since it's the same as ad populum,
well,
I
it
can
is
tell you
like
the difference in the two fallacies.
So if
Is that-
anybody disagrees with the
You
populace,
get oh, here we go.
so the dissenters will be silent.
Listen,
JFK said.
no. Okay, so it's not a fallacy to get a population of astronomers to agree
Atheists,
that
Christian believers, people that don't believe in Jesus Christ, right?
well, no. There's an appeal to because you're kind of suggesting like it's an appeal to
Explanation
authority
of-
or
of-
ad populum.
Explanation of reality without God is what you're looking for, my friend.
I don't even know what I dropped my whole computer shut off for a second. I don't know what you're on about right now. What are you
Just real
saying?
quick,
You want an explanation without God for the reality that we live in. The universe doesn't make sense without God, but you can't explain it either. So, your point?
I won't. I'm not going to take the bait. Go ahead, Antonio.
Oh, I was just about to ask you real quick. Why do you seem to have an interest in the hangouts that I do? I don't know if you do or not, but at the very least, you seem to anyway. When you already know what our positions is on, things we talk about like the most consistently, like morality, homosexuality, abortion. Yet, like almost all the time, you show up like without fail. Like I don't mind you coming around. I'm just curious as to your interest in these
He's trolling you.
discussions.
He's trolling you. Anyway, so.
I see you as highly reasonable but misguided because you've been in a lot of the hangouts that I've watched channels and are rough
You broke up a little bit there.
to have a conversation with.
Can you say that again? You broke up for me, at least on my end. Yeah. You're still breaking up.
Let me fresh.
He said you're reasonable, and from his end, he feels that you're reasonable, even though, like, basically Neo isn't,
Computer was
but you are. Yeah.
I just try to be who I am, although I do make mistakes, and I'm a flawed human being just like everybody else. I mean, I just don't know how to be anyone else.
Okay, somebody keeps kicking the guy out. Who's that?
No one's kicking him out. He's just trying to refresh. Because I think he was having mic problems at first, and he was breaking up really bad, and so he just refreshed.
Okay. The computer goes AWire out of nowhere.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know how to be any other way, man. It's just who I am. I know some people will see that sometimes my nature will maybe have certain people walk over me or whatever. I don't want to have people just walk over me because of my nature or nothing like that. It's just I just find it very hard to be a mean guy. I just never was like that. I just can't be anyone other than who I think God made me this way for a reason.
It's kind of the same thing with me. Like, during my work, I kind of messed up a few times, and some customers kind of mouthed out on me, and I would just be really indifferent to it. And some of my friends, and some of my coworkers, were like, dude, why you let her talk to you like that? And I'm just like, I don't really care.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am. It's like, yeah,
Can I try to answer? Can you hear me okay now?
yeah, much better.
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit now, Sean. I just wanted to respond to what those two
Uh,
guys just said real quick. Is that I'm
Yeah,
the same way. I work in tech support all day, so I mean I could totally understand the way you go. My point of tech support, I get paid to de-escalate people. You know what
oh,
I'm talking about?
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
well,
they
everybody
don't want
that
my
deals
super.
with the public has to have some kind of de-escalation abilities. But just in case it wasn't clear last time, I see you, Antonio, as
Okay, okay,
reasonable.
Sean. You want to be derogative? Go ahead. Go ahead.
What? Well, I don't. Well, I don't think he was being that way. I mean, at least that wasn't the perception I got.
See, that's why I like you, Antonio, because you
Oh,
is as strapped into your side as I believe that you are. You still know when someone's. You could be in the heat of an argument and know when someone is being kind of
What you don't
screwed
realize
over.
about Sean is he wants to separate. He wants to separate me and you, Antonio. By the way.
See, that's
that's
not good
not
at all.
gonna. That even if he was trying to do that, that's not gonna happen, Neil. I can promise you that much.
No, I'll tell you, and I've seen you in other chats where, I mean, stuff's just been flying everywhere, and or in True's hangouts is where this is. This is why I like you. Um, Someone's tried to get a point out. Even True's been talking over them, and you realize that. Hold on, man. This person's let them get their point out. You really, I mean, as biased as I believe you are, you still and wanted to hear the other side. So to me, it sounds like you're open minded to at least hearing other people's ideas. I don't
I,
believe
Listen
that
to
about.
that. Listen to that trash talk. He said, "As biased as you are." You see what I'm saying?
I'm
Listen to the
honest.
trash talk.
well,
Mm.
I appreciate his
Why?
honesty, but I mean, everybody's biased. At least I'm just honest about mine. I've
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
honest
Never
about my
once,
bias from the
Antonio. I would
beginning.
never say that you're biased. By the way, I would never say that to you. By the way.
Oh, well, I mean, he admits he is, so it wouldn't be an insult. I am
No,
on
no,
my
that's
side
between
also.
you and
So
him, not me and him. See,
I feel
there's
you,
difference.
Neo.
Yeah.
I feel you, man.
okay, I was trying to steer the conversation back to the title of the hangout and not
What is
make it about
what is the
personal
title of the
Oh,
people.
hangout?
if you okay, so you're biased about abortion. So what bias do you have against abortion, Sean?
Um, I am a little. I'm on the fence a little bit about whether men should be trying to regulate women what they do with their body. That's just kind of an
By the way,
Are we
Sean,
hanging out?
I
okay.
told
Never
you,
mind. There goes my point.
Hold
I
on, hold
told you
on.
my real name. So go ahead. Yeah.
So, so you
It's
said
it's
you're on the
it's a
fence?
it's yeah, it's uncomfortable territory. Like I think I told you before, but a buddy of mine when his baby's mama was pregnant, he was the one that I mean, she was okay with like she presented it to him, we can do this if you want to, and he's like, no, no. I want to, he wanted to keep the baby. So I was imagining what would have happened if she was the one who didn't or who did want to have one and he didn't, would his word have carried any weight? And he's still my best friend, and I know his daughter, and you think about things like that he's the one that was not okay with it. But so should the decision have been solely hers, or in this case it was a joint decision, or you know what I mean? That's where I kind of you know think
Mm-hmm.
that you should have a say in it. But I don't know. It's a harsh
How do we know your
topic.
convoluted story isn't fake?
Yeah, well,
But you want to know something? I actually have heard people who are so vehement about not involving men in the discussion. I've actually put forth scenarios that have happened in reality where women have actually raped dudes and have gotten pregnant. Now, if men cannot be involved in the discussion, what if a woman rapes a dude and she gets pregnant? What about that point? What do you think about that one, Chris?
Um, yeah, definitely in that situation there would um I well, she's the one that has to carry the um carry the child full term, so I don't know.
So even if she rapes the dude, she can rape the dude and still kill their offspring if she wanted to. Basically, that's what you're telling me.
Hold on. I was gonna say we're about to get a rage quit here, but I don't know. That I'd have to think about that one a little bit longer because
Okay, fair enough. I ain't
that
gonna
is
pressure on
her.
it.
That is that would um he would technically there's something weird about your offspring out there
I
running
don't rage
around.
quit, Sean.
You know what I mean? Like you can't
Yeah.
force your offspring. Well, hold on. What about like I guess that would be the thing at sperm banks. That would be your offspring out there running around. So, but you don't know who they are, so that makes it a little bit different.
hmm Yeah, I'm not
I don't know.
gonna. I'm not gonna press you
Yeah, I
on it. I'm
don't.
not gonna try to like lock you into this like trap argument or nothing like that. I appreciate and respect the fact that you want to think about it a little more. But I will say that people who I have presented this point to, now we'll have people who will flat out admit it doesn't matter if a man rapes a woman or a woman rapes a man. If she carries the child, then she should have the right to get an abortion no matter what, point blank. Um, yeah, it doesn't matter. What they'll say is, well, yeah, sure, she should be brought to justice, of course, for the rape offense, but at the end of the
Right,
day, she still should be able to get the abortion.
right. Yeah,
That's what I
as
hear.
long as she's carrying it full term, then I would say that she would be the ultimate decision maker in it. I would probably still stand by that. As uncomfortable and as much as I may disagree with it, I still think that that's her cross to bear.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your consistency. I just think it's a really, really bad thing to say a woman can rape a dude and still kill the dude's kid on top of that. Because, I mean, like men, can suffer emotional trauma from rape just like women can. And then she gets to kill their biological offspring on top of that. I cannot see in any world to where that's
So
even
somebody rapes somebody,
remotely
and
reasonable.
all of a sudden, that somebody rapes somebody. Really?
Go on, Neil. What do you mean?
But it's basically a double effect for the woman. Because, I mean, at least if you're the woman, you get to make the decision whether you want to carry the offspring or not. But if you're the man, not only do you um, bear the emotional pain from rape, you also can bear the emotional pain for your offspring being killed on top of that. So it's completely a really messed up thing by the fact that you're a man. It doesn't really matter whether you rape or not. And it's even worse if you're a man because, like I said in an example, I appreciate your consistency, but I think it's just a really twisted position to say that a man should have to, deal with the emotional pain of rape on top of his child being killed. I mean, I don't know how in any sort of morally sound universe anybody would want to argue such a twisted position, but again, it's consistent. I can appreciate the consistency, but I just think that's just horrible. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
Well, that's ultimately, I think, the goal of anybody who's arguing against pro-choice is to try to demonize that person's position and try to make them out to be a moral monster when all they are is really someone who's trying to think through the situation. So,
Well, I
I
make it
don't,
quite
I don't.
clear all,
Go ahead.
all the time that there are a lot of women who get put into these situations who are legitimately scared and don't know what to do. Sometimes, you know, they may not want to get an abortion, but they may not be aware of whatever options they have, or they might face peer pressure from family and friends. These sorts of things. Like, I definitely don't see it as some black and white issue in the sense that, yeah, just all that, like, I don't even think the majority of the time women want to get an abortion. I think women who want to get abortions are more in the minority than those in the majority. Like, I don't have any statistics to back that up, but I'm just kind of giving that view based on what I've learned about how most women seem to have a maternal instinct to their unborn. Most women, seem to want to have their children. That seems to be the consistent experience I've had with women in pregnancy. So I think in most cases, women don't want to just go into an abortion clinic and kill their kid. But I mean, given a whole lot of where our culture has gone and giving women that option to do it, they think they have no other sound way than to take their offspring out of them, and that's a wrap. And there are other ways. You don't have to get an abortion, but as far as the women who just who know they got other options and they just want to get an abortion, then that's the other part of that discussion.
But it is black and white whether they can, have one or not. To you, you can offer them alternatives and that kind of stuff. So you're not even flexible on that idea. And my question earlier was, if you're not flexible on that idea of having one for, these, even though they are rare and not very common events, which is the same as rare, that do come up where the mother's life's at risk, whether, there's what appear to be birth defects that are detected, medical malformities, like major ones that are going to cause the child to suffer. What are you going to do in those situations once you've, like I said earlier, got your way and banned it across the board? It's just never okay.
But you've already heard me give answers on these sorts of scenarios before, so why do you intend on asking me the same thing over and over again?
I wouldn't have asked you if I knew what your answer was on that, honestly. Because
I'm pretty sure I've given my answer to you about these sorts of situations.
Do we still do those, or are those the ones that are okay?
I said it before, and I will say it again. There is absolutely no situation where the intentional killing of the unborn is necessary. None.
Even when the mom's at risk.
That's correct.
Well, that's pretty black and white.
But the reason why that's the case in life-threatening cases is because I've done the research, and I've consistently found that there is no case in which the intentional killing of the unborn is necessary to resolve a life-threatening situation. Like, you don't literally need to go into a woman's womb and do surgical destruction, or however you want to call it, of the unborn to save her life. the overwhelming majority of life-threatening situations don't even happen until later on, to where the unborn is more likely to live if born. So
What do they call that?
in earlier
The
pregnancy.
fallopian pregnancy.
Oh, you're talking about an ectopic pregnancy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, those typically happen in cases to where the unborn is a lot less likely to be viable if born. So even
But you
if
don't kill that. You don't kill that one either, right?
not intentionally, no. What they would
There's only
do,
one way to do it is intentionally. You know that.
no, there isn't. They don't need to
Okay.
intentionally surgically dismember the unborn inside the womb. They don't need to do that. They can resolve those by a cesarean section, and they have resolved those by cesarean section. They didn't need to, take the whatever instruments they use and then chop the unborn into pieces and then remove them to resolve the situation. That's not necessary.
So the baby was stillborn.
Yes. Yeah, even if the baby will more than likely die given its non-viable state, it's still quite a different issue than intentionally killing the kid. It's just like, for example, if you have I don't know, let's say a 2-year-old who has a terminal cancer. Now, that child is more than likely going to die because their cancer is terminal. But the passive death of that child is quite different than, let's say, you taking a gun and then shooting the kid while they're still alive. They're not going to get through this more than likely, but you take a gun and you just shoot them to death. You see how the active taking of their life is quite different than if they passively died because the disease ran its course. Don't you see the difference between active killing and passive death?
Yeah, one of them involves an extreme amount of suffering, and the other one doesn't.
It's not even about suffering. It's just about active versus passive. It doesn't have
Yeah.
anything to do with suffering because somebody can get shot and die instantly. You
Right.
it's not really how are you going to gauge suffering in an instant shot to the head, for example.
Right.
There's no
We would hope that that's instant, but if the child had terminal cancer, you would prefer that they are um, allowed to experience the suffering for no matter how long they live and die naturally. Sometimes it's more merciful to end somebody's suffering.
Well,
Right.
now you're going into a whole nother issue, or we can find a way to decrease suffering to um, allow them to maybe because there have been cases to where you've had misdiagnoses.
How long do I have to listen to this jibber jabber?
Um, well, hold on, but there have been cases of misdiagnoses. Like they'll say, well, this person is more than likely not going to live, but you know what? They found out that the person was misdiagnosed, and the person came through and they survived. That's a potential possibility with anything, whether you have cancer or not. But if you just kill them right off the bat, you don't know if they could have had a chance to survive in case your diagnosis was wrong. So basically, you would just jump to killing because you think it's more merciful instead of um, looking for a way to decrease suffering to the maximal point to try to give them a chance to live while they're still alive. There's certain times to where you're just going to exhaust all your methods and the person's going to pass away. There's certain times you can't avoid that, but at least you look at life first to the maximal degree possible. I don't believe that taking somebody's life is anybody's right to take.
What were you going to add, Neo?
I don't know if he's going to comment on this point, um, but yeah, people who tend to support abortion tend to also support things like euthanasia and this like right to death nonsense. But for me, even on that position, I would say, look here, even if you're going to support some right to death thing, at least that's being applied to your own life, not to deciding whether someone else lives or dies. So if you're going to be talking about life or death, then you should only be talking about your own life, not, dictating whether someone else lives or dies. I mean, I'm not talking about like some dude who was convicted murderer on death row or something like that, because then the argument gets thrown into, well, are you anti-death penalty, and then they conflate all these issues. Oh, he dropped out. He'll probably come back in. But the point is, I've given these points before many times. If people have listened to my hangouts, they know that you don't intentionally kill the unborn offspring, no matter what the situation is. I think people have this endless need and this endless desire to find some sort of argument to say we can intentionally take that child's life and take it. It's not about whether the woman's life is in danger or not. They just have this endless need to justify intentionally killing that child so they can make a potential bridge to justifying abortion in any and every context whatsoever. It ultimately has nothing to do with a woman's life being in danger. What they're trying to do is suggest that if you can find a way to intentionally kill the unborn in a life-threatening circumstance, then you can connect that directly or indirectly to any sort of abortion circumstance. That's the whole point behind it. Let's be honest here.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Be for real, man. Let's not try to pretend that's not the point of the whole intentional killing ordeal in a life-threatening instance. That is the whole point, man.
There are those. You're saying that none of these situations even exist, which is just really convenient for.
I didn't say that. Don't show at me. I didn't say that.
Okay, my question is what do you do in those situations when you ban it for across the board?
What did we do before? You seem to think that
the mother would die.
Do you even base your point on any facts whatsoever? You seem to think that it was just these women dying left and right, like legalization in Roe v. Wade, because abortion was illegal. And I can tell you the facts don't pan out that at all.
You're saying that didn't happen at all?
Well,
you're saying that being pregnant is not that puts the mother at some sort of a risk?
Well, pregnancy in general can have a risk on a mother's life, but
right.
So I don't really know what your point is. I mean,
well,
pregnancy is a pretty heavy thing in general.
What if that risk is determined by doctors to be the probability of the mother surviving being 10% or 5%? that this is not going to work out good for the mother.
The aim should always to save her life, because you want to save at least one life rather than lose two. The pro-life position does not say that you cannot attempt to save her life. We don't say, okay, her life is in danger, so you cannot perform any sort of surgical procedure to prevent her death from happening. We don't say that, because that would make the pro-life position meaningless. Because
it does accomplish the goal of getting rid of them, getting rid of abortions altogether, 100% across the board, no excuses. Too bad.
And
right?
Do you think all contexts of abortion are the same? Because that's another thing. It's this whole semantic issue, because I come across a lot of language with abortion advocates when we're talking about the word abortion, which is from the root word abort, which means to stop something, to terminate something. Now, a miscarriage is a spontaneous abortion as defined in the medical literature. But we would not say that that spontaneous abortion is the same as a woman going into a clinic and having, in pain, an OBGYN physician to chop the unborn into pieces and remove them out her womb. That's not the same thing. So yes, you're talking about technically abortion in two contexts, but the nature of those contexts are completely different. So it's an equivocation fallacy to look at abortion in all the same context. If you're defining abortion as the mere termination of pregnancy, that can happen a number of different ways. That can happen by a woman going into an abortion clinic. That can happen by spontaneous abortion, which is a miscarriage. Heck, childbirth technically terminates pregnancy. Well, if a woman delivers prematurely. What I'm talking about.
Oh, you want to talk about semantics now?
Well, it's important to understand.
That's semantics.
It's important to understand the distinction here. Again, because it goes back to the example I gave. As you know, is it justified to take a gun for a terminal cancer patient and shoot them to death, or do we just allow them to passively die and let the disease take its course? There's a clear difference between deliberate active taking of life and the passive dying of that person. We got to make that distinction. It's not about arguing semantics, but that distinction is important for a very relevant reason. And the relevant reason is that the attempt is to conflate the deliberate killing of the unborn as the same thing as, you know, a woman just having like a miscarriage or something like that.
I've never said anything about any of this stuff. You are addressing something that I have not brought up or mentioned. I'm talking about life-threatening pregnancies that a decision has to be made, and you are putting it out there like these things don't exist and these things don't happen, right? But my original question was my original question was, what do you do in those situations if it's banned all together? And instead of answering that, you've gone off on these rants about, abortions, happening naturally and about, Why not just answer that question? What
I
do we
did
do in those
answer your
situations?
question. What, sir?
Abortion
Hold,
happening
hold on,
naturally
Leo.
and
It seems
You hear him?
it seems
He'll
like
be
you're
done
not.
soon.
It seems like you're not listening very well, Chris. I told you. What did we do before abortion was legalized here in the United States? What did we do before?
That's another question. Why not an answer?
Well, let me explain what I mean. What did we do
Mhm.
before? You act as if women were just dying left and right in
Not at
life-threatening
all.
situations before abortion was legal, because it would be literally the exact same situation when
What did we
let's
do
say we
before?
make
I'm asking you.
let's say we make abortion illegal today. It would literally be the exact same situation as it was before abortion was made legal. Physicians, the appropriate medical personnel would look at these cases and make a decision on using surgery to save a woman's life. They didn't need to go killing the woman's unborn child intentionally to save her life. If you actually do your research on the matter, before abortion was legalized, um, there weren't these thousands of women dying in life-threatening instances because abortion was illegal. There is just no facts to back that up. You act like they didn't make decisions to say, okay, if this woman's life is in danger, there is a difference between um, extracting that unborn out the womb and deliberately killing that child. You don't need to intentionally kill that kid to save her life. And making abortion illegal literally has no effect on that issue at all.
Yeah, the
Because,
problem is women that don't want to accept responsibility through.
right, it has like virtually, not even virtually, it has no effect on that issue at all. Making abortion illegal would not mean that women will not get the care they need in that horrific situation to have their lives saved. It has nothing
So,
to do. It does not connect at all.
so educate me, Antonio, because I don't know about this. What did we do in the past when women were deemed to have a high-risk pregnancy? What did we do? Did we just go in and surgically fix what was wrong? Was the fetus ever just removed, or what happened?
Well, you gotta listen to people like Dr. Mary Calderon. Dr. Mary Calderon was and she was not, by any stretch of the imagination, pro-life. And this was before abortion was legalized. This was before abortion was legalized. She said,
Will you please answer my question, and then
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. She said that it's possible, and this was in the 60s, mind you, it's possible to be brought through conditions safely for a woman to have a child. The fact that abortion was illegal didn't have any effect on a woman's care to her medical condition, for her to get her life saved in cases of those such instances happening. Now, we're talking about in the 60s, where women can be brought through any condition safely, any condition, whether it was life-threatening or not. Before abortion was legalized, they would look at these cases and see what would happen, you know, observing the pregnancy, see what's going on, but being consistent with what the laws were at the time, they were still able to look at these cases and say, okay, we're dealing with a serious situation, but we can bring her through this situation and still be consistent with the laws at the same time. When you look at people like Dr. Alan Guttmacher, founder of the Guttmacher Institute, a pro-abortion advocate, he said that abortion is he said abortion is very unlikely to prolong. It's unlikely to prolong, much less save a woman's life. And Dr. Everett Koop, former Surgeon General Everett Koop, Dr. Everett Koop stated this: in my 36 years of pediatric surgery, I have not known of one instance to where an abortion was needed to save a woman's life. In his 36 years of pediatric surgery, he have not known of not even one instance to where an abortion was needed to save a woman's life. You're talking about the Surgeon General of Pediatric Surgery. If anyone should know if an abortion is ever needed to save a woman's life or not, it's the Surgeon General of Pediatric Surgery. That person should know that. So before abortion was legalized, when they had such cases like these, they didn't need to kill the unborn deliberately in the womb to save a woman's life. The facts simply do not pan that out at all. So what do? We go back to the same thing we did before. The medical professionals will analyze that case and they'll try to resolve it by cesarean section. If the life-threatening issue is happening later in term, they would induce early delivery and deliver the child, because if you're talking about later term where the unborn is more developed, you got to extract the unborn through the cervix. The cervix is the size of a pin. The cervix is the size of a pin in which you have to extract the parts through, like the tip of a pin. Now, they have to use this material called laminaria in order to open that pin opening wide enough to get the parts through there without harming the woman. They have to widen that pin opening to make it big enough. Now, that procedure takes anywhere from 24 to 72 hours.
They don't do that nowadays anymore. Yeah.
They still do it, according to Dr. Anthony Levatino.
It's called epidural.
Oh, well, I'm just going off the testimony of Dr. Anthony Levatino. He used to be an abortion doctor, and he was describing the procedure on what it would take to prepare a late-term abortion procedure. So if you're going to do it by way of abortion, you still would have to take anywhere from 24 to 72 hours to open her cervix to extract the unborn parts through her opening without harming her or seriously putting her life at stake. So if she was facing a life-threatening instances, then an abortion.
You said you were going to answer my question, and you said you were going to answer my question.
I'm answering that.
Well,
I'm telling you.
So
I'm telling you, according to several medical professionals, there was no need to get an abortion procedure to save a woman's life. So that means when a life-threatening instance happened, they took the relevant procedures to save her life. But they didn't have to kill the child to do it. That's the point. I directly addressed that.
okay. How many? Oh yeah, we finally lost him. How many women do you think die every day because of maternal pregnancies, or not maternal pregnancies? Sorry, I meant to say, what do you think the maternal mortality rate is?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I used to know, but I'd have to go and look it up, to be honest with you.
And you know what I mean when I say maternal mortality?
Mm-hmm.
Related to being pregnant.
Yeah.
Women.
Just general pregnancy.
Yeah, 830 every day die. And granted, a lot of them are most of them are in developing countries, but it sounded like that there is a solution to all of these problems where terminating the pregnancy is not the option that will resolve the problem. There's always some way to resolve the problem other than that.
I can't remember the exact number, but I believe more people die from obesity every day than pregnancy do.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though.
Well, it's relevant in the sense that the overwhelming majority of pregnancies are safe for the woman. And in the 1960s, I was telling you about the pro-choice OBGYN Dr. Mary Calderon. She said that it's possible for a woman to be safely brought through any sort of pregnancy. We're talking about in the 60s, okay? Like 40, 50 some odd years ago. Now, if it was very, very safe for women that long ago, how much more safe do you think it is now with the advancement of medical technology? So, yeah, you use these numbers like 830 women a day, but it still pales in comparison to the overwhelming majority of women who are brought through safely and survive. Pregnancy is more safe today than it ever was before. But even 40, 50 years ago, women weren't just dying left and right, typically in maternal pregnancy. Yeah, the deaths existed, but they weren't so high as to suggest there was some sort of epidemic problem. And it wasn't true then, and it's even less true now. There is no epidemic of women dying from typical maternal pregnancy. That's just not the case.
Yeah, without any intervention, what the numbers show, and I know that's not what you were talking about, not having any intervention, but pregnancies left pretty much just to be on their own results in an average of 830 women dying every day. Every day. So to say that this is, and sure, we could talk about what would have, resolved this, and it could have been just something simple like infection or something like that. Damn it, I need to mute, sorry.
Well, as I was saying, like more women die, not more women, but more people die from obesity than from pregnancy. What does that tell you? That tells you that pregnancy isn't this. I mean, here's the thing. Pregnancy is not something that should be taken lightly. I'm not saying that. But it's definitely not this sort of this death thing that pro-aborts think it is. It's not this like sort of curse on women, this sort of I don't know, this life-ripping Grim Reaper type thing that women deal with. It's just not the case. The overwhelming majority of women who get pregnant today, who are in places to where medical care is very good, like the United States, safely go through their pregnancies. The medicine advancements have allowed that. And as I said, even 40, 50 some odd years ago, it was very safe for women in general to get through their pregnancies. And that's even more so today with the improvement of medical technology. So when you give me this number of 830 some odd women dying every single day from maternal pregnancy, that is nothing in comparison to the women who overwhelmingly survive their pregnancies every single day.
So we should just ignore that because, I mean,
I didn't
the
say
majority.
That. Straw man. Straw man.
I know, but you brought it up, man. If you gave me a statistic about how many black people were assaulted or killed by the police, and I was to respond with, "Oh, Antonio, did you know 300 people die from eating just peanut butter every year?"
But that
I
doesn't
mean,
mean
come on now.
that
We're talking
doesn't
about
equate.
two completely different
No,
things.
no, that
I'm
doesn't
just saying,
equate.
let's keep it
No,
honest.
stop it, stop that nonsense, dude. That's not talking about ignoring something. What it's meant to do is just illustrate that it's nowhere near as bad as you're perceiving it to be. It doesn't suggest that it's not relevant. It's just not as bad as you're trying to paint it. That's the whole point.
Well, the police being racist against black people isn't as bad because given more people die from digesting peanut butter, I'm just saying, you know, bringing up the obesity thing was a complete dodge of what
No, it
the
was
real
not a
situation
dodge.
is.
No, it was not
I
a
believe
dodge.
it was.
Well, you can believe what you want to, but that's not what it was.
Okay.
You know, statistically, you know how many pregnancies end in miscarriage? Anybody know in the room?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm surprised I forgot some of these.
50%.
Oh
50%
yeah,
of all.
yeah, that's correct.
So naturally, the body aborts 50% of the time.
All right, your point.
So when you look at these things, there's all kinds of things with women's health issues that why it's important sometimes for, even though it may be viewed as an atrocious act, and I don't view it as a very good act, abortion, personally. But there's a reason why in some cases, this stuff has to be legal.
Can I?
Well, you said 50%. You said 50% happen, like naturally.
Miscarriage.
Okay,
Yeah, miscarriage,
so
yeah.
all right, you just gave a statistical fact. Your point.
What
Are
I
you going
was saying
somewhere
is,
with this?
yeah, I don't know if you heard me what I said, but I'll repeat myself just so you hear it again. That just shows you how often that pregnancies have problems, right? And what I was talking about was like there's a reason why we have to have abortion legal in certain instances to where it does endanger the life of the mother. It does cause awful defects that are beyond it even being a. I mean, there are situations where babies don't even sometimes are born with almost without a brain in them. I mean, you could go on medical dictionaries and you can look all this kind of stuff up. But the way you were kind of presenting it is you were kind of like just seems like you're breaking it down to where it's like nothing ever happens. Like this is so rare that anything happens with pregnancy. Well, I didn't say you said that directly, but this is the way it sounded.
I didn't say it directly or indirectly. I didn't say it directly.
I'm saying this is the way it sounded. This is what I'm telling you.
I'm sick of the straw man.
No, it's not.
I'm sick of the straw man.
Me saying this is the way it sounded is not a straw man. I'm just telling you my opinion. There's a difference.
I didn't say it directly or indirectly.
I'm not saying something sounds a certain way is not telling you what your position is and straw manning your position. That's just.
I don't
incorrect.
even know how can you even get that. That's how it sounded like. Where did how I present my point give you the indication that it even sounded that way?
Sean, did it sound like that at all to you? Am I crazy with this? Anybody else in the room think that he seemed like he was doing this?
Yes, I agree.
Or Christopher, I'm sorry. I don't know why I just called you Sean. I apologize. Yeah, and
and I don't want to speak for them, but I don't think it sounded like that to Emmanuel. I don't think it sounded like that to Neo.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's fine. If that wasn't your intention, that wasn't your intention. I'm just saying that's the way it sounded. And it still has a point. Like, do you disagree that we should have abortion should be completely legal in those senses?
Hey,
like,
I love all of your opinions, by the way. I love you, Skylar. I love you, Skylar. Sorry.
you know I love you, Neo.
I'm still trying to figure out what is the point you bringing up this
let me just ask you
miscarriages thing.
Yeah. Well, since it wasn't your intent, what it sounded like, we'll just move on because you're saying that's not at all what you're arguing. So I'll ask you this: do you think it should be legal in all cases, abortion?
As far as like deliberately, intentionally killing the unborn, no, it shouldn't be legal in any case.
Okay, so even if a woman's life was in danger, or the baby was not going to be at all functional as a human being, like it was missing a brain. I'm just asking, just so I can get your position.
Were you listening to
no,
this?
I wasn't. I just I listened to a very little bit of it. That's why I'm asking these questions because I don't want to straw man you and I don't want to misrepresent your position. So I don't do that. So I'm just asking you. You can just simply yes or no. So if you, I think you just answered. You said in all cases, abortion should be completely illegal.
As far as deliberate killing is concerned, yes.
Well, I don't know how abortion would not be deliberate killing. How could it not be deliberate killing?
Because if you because not all contexts of abortion are the same. Because you brought up spontaneous abortion yourself. That's not deliberate killing. That's the spontaneous
that's a miscarriage.
death of the unborn.
That's a miscarriage.
Yes,
that's not abortion.
but it's in the medical literature. It is defined as a spontaneous abortion.
Okay, well then we'll leave miscarriage out of it then. So we're talking about abortion, the non-miscarriage kind.
Now, the reason why I am against the intentional killing because it's not necessary. Because if you do your research on the issue, you'll find that there is no case. So can you give me a case to where intentional killing is absolutely necessary?
Sure. Yeah, hold on one second. I'll give you a couple. You're saying you've done research and you found nothing that would show you a reason why you would need to have an abortion.
Like deliberately, intentionally killing the unborn in the womb to save a woman's life? Not a single one.
Okay, hold on one second for me. You can talk for a little bit. I'm gonna give you one. Just 1 second. I want to give you the I want to give you the technical medical term for it, so I'm not just going to ad-libbing it. But I'm going to give you the actual technical terms for these things. What if? Well, I mean, I could give you generic ones. What if the baby doesn't have a brain when it's developing in the womb?
Are you talking about? There's a condition for that. It's called anencephaly.
Okay. Well, let's go with that. So a baby doesn't have a brain. It's still alive, has a heartbeat. You know, it's still a living thing. Should that baby just be born and die, or should you basically abort it ahead of time?
You don't deliberately kill it. No, there's no excuses. I'm sorry.
So basically, let it be born and suffer to death. Basically, let it feel all that pain.
That's an emotional argument. You're appealing to emotion. You're not going to get me with that, sir.
No, that's fine. You don't have to, but that is the case, though.
No, but you said suffering as if you're trying to like deliberately manipulate the conversation emotionally.
No, but it sees that it set off a bell in your head, right? Because you recognize that the baby would suffer and it would have to go through that. You're the one who had the emotional response to it.
No, sir. You suffering, number one, but you don't even know that because do you actually know the medical professionals that deal with these sorts of things, and do they tell you that if a baby is delivered in that instance that the baby is suffering? Like, what if the mother doesn't want to get an abortion and she wants to deliver the baby who has that anencephaly condition? Would you say that she's deliberately allowing her kid to suffer?
She could be, yeah.
And I think you just be off base.
Hold on, I'll respond to you. Yes, if there's a situation where basically the mother knows that if she has this child, the baby's going to be in extreme suffering, and then she continues to have the kid anyway out of whatever reason her reason might be. Yes, yeah, that would be, I don't think a very good thing, but I think that is a case where they are doing that.
I agree. And I think you are literally insulting mothers who have dealt with situations like that and didn't want to get an abortion. You're basically telling me that those mothers are deliberately allowing their children to suffer.
Well, by definition, they would be.
No, I don't agree with that.
No. By definition, they are. Mm-hmm. Because if they know, by definition,
nonsense.
Hold on. Let me respond, man. So if they know that when they have this baby, the baby's going to die, and they know that this baby's going to suffer, and then they choose to have this baby, they are deliberately allowing this baby to be born to die and suffer.
You're running off a false premise anyway. You're saying they're deliberately.
It's a hypothetical, dude.
No, you brought it up. You brought up the issue about suffering.
Involving that. But you gave me. I gave you the original hypothetical.
Stop. You was the first one who brought up the issue about suffering.
I was. That's true.
But
then you asked me a hypothetical question,
but you ran off a false premise because you don't even know that there's just this deliberate suffering that's happening. You don't even know what the medical cases are. Unless you're the doctors closely analyzing these cases, you don't know whether this child who was born with this condition is suffering or not. You don't know.
The scenario was if they knew that this child was going to suffer, and if they knew that that was the scenario, Antonio, and given that the mother had possession of this information, she still continued the pregnancy, would she be intentionally harming that child or causing suffering? And the answer is yes. How do you disagree with that?
What do you mean if they knew? That seems to presume that there is like no way to stop or to decrease the suffering of this child. Because if a woman did not know, if a woman did not know, let's say that her child was going to suffer.
Well, then she would know by definition.
Hold on.
You just definitely defined it that way.
You need to stop interrupting me, or I'm going to kick you out of this room.
Yeah, I'll be quick.
Look, if a woman does not know, if she knows by a diagnosis, by how her pregnancy is diagnosed, that her unborn is going to have the condition of anencephaly, there's the potentiality where the unborn could suffer, or when born, that her child could suffer, or the child might not be in a case of suffering. It could go either way. So if she decides to have her child, she is potentially allowing her child to suffer in the case that the child does suffer once born. She doesn't know either way, but no matter how you look at it, she's risking the chance of that happening.
Okay.
According to what you're saying.
But you just said in your definition that she didn't know. So if you add those words, she didn't know, then by definition she couldn't know. Like it kind of makes your point useless.
But
right? Like if you use an analogy where you're like,
you weren't listening. You weren't listening.
I was listening. Did anybody else not hear him just say that?
Look.
Yeah, you switched the whole scenario.
No, I did not. You weren't listening.
No, when two people are disagreeing with you, dude.
Stop. Hold on. Stop. Cut this nonsense out. Here's what I said. The potentiality is there that once born, this child could suffer, but she doesn't know whether that's going to happen. But just because she don't know does not mean that child won't suffer when born. So she may not know that at the time, but she does know there's a possibility the child could suffer when born. So so by virtue of her knowing the possibility that child could suffer once born, she is risking the possibility of suffering once she delivers that child to term.
Do you agree that she knows that the child is going to die?
Say what?
You agree that she knows the child is going to die. You're just wondering whether there's going to be suffering involved with the death.
That's an assumption.
No, he asked you a question. He didn't assume it. He asked you the question. That's
said knows. You said knows the child is going to die. That's an assumption.
He asked you.
You can't know that.
Dude, he asked you if the person would know the child's going to die. Him asking you if that's the scenario.
You can't know that though.
In this scenario, then this hypothetical is pointless. What we're talking about.
It is pointless because in reality, you can't possibly know that.
Okay, so can we go back to the actual argument then? And that is that you're denying that there are medical conditions in which a woman that it would be beneficial for her to have an abortion.
I'm denying that there are conditions to where there's the need to deliberately kill the child to save her life if her life was in danger. But let's say for the sake of argument that I would say in the case of her life being in danger, that you could allow the deliberate killing. Let's say for the sake of argument that's true.
All right.
That would not necessarily translate to, okay, we can allow the deliberate killing in case her life is in danger, so let's just allow the deliberate killing in any circumstance. Like she conceived in consensual sex and just don't want to be pregnant right now. Deliberate killing.
Sure, but my question before wasn't. It was specifically if you were against all abortions. You know, we ruled out miscarriages already. So so I'm arguing against you is you're arguing that even in cases where the mother would survive, you think that she should not have the abortion, even if it means that she dies.
Deliberately killing. There
is
no.
That's what an abortion is. Yes.
Not all.
Not miscarriages. Yes, we've already marked those out. That's why I said let's exclude miscarriages, right? So we're talking about the kind of abortion that would happen if the mother's life was in danger and they needed to end the pregnancy.
Because if you've done the research on this, so you would know that
You're not
there's no
answering the question.
need. No, I am, and here's why. If you've done the research on this, so you would know that there's no need to deliberately kill the child in any life-threatening instance to save her life.
Demonstrate your claim. Back it up with evidence.
Well,
Go ahead, give me something.
Like for example, let's say, I don't know, at like 23, 24 weeks, the woman's life is in danger.
You giving me a specific example of why it wouldn't work isn't saying everything. So I need you to provide some evidence.
You said
to support your claim.
You tell me to give evidence to support your claim, but when I'm trying to give
a medical
evidence,
document or a medical journal that backs up what you're saying, something from the medical field. Do you have a link or something you could provide?
Look, I gave some.
You've done research.
Dude, if you're gonna keep interrupting me every time I speak, I'm gonna kick you out of here. I gave some quotes earlier from some medical professionals who are absolutely not pro-life. Like, for example, Dr. Alan Guttmacher, founder of the Guttmacher Institute, he said that abortion is very unlikely to prolong, much less save a woman's life.
Most likely? Say that again. Say that quote again.
He said an abortion is very unlikely to prolong, much less save her life.
Very unlikely, but that doesn't mean it's absolute. That it will never in any context not prevent the woman's death.
Well, and then you have
Antonio.
Antonio,
this is
and then this
is where people get enraged with. This is where people get enraged.
I was talking again.
Let me just say, can I say something really quick?
I was talking again, and you interrupted me again.
Yep.
I thought you were done with that point. Sorry.
This is what happens with people like Sean who hate Jesus Christ, by the way.
Good contribution. Go ahead, Antonio.
But former Surgeon General of 36 years in pediatric surgery said in his 36 years of pediatric surgery, he had not known of a single instance to where an abortion was needed to save a woman's life. Now, if anybody should know if an abortion is needed to save a woman's life, it's the Surgeon General of Pediatric Surgery. If anybody should know that, it's that person. In 36 years, he had not known of a single instance to where an abortion was needed. If you look at cases like a life-threatening case of, let's say, 23 weeks, an abortion would be the absolute wrong way to go because you're dealing with a very developed unborn fetus, which has to be pulled through the cervix area. When that cervix area, before the procedure is done, the opening is like the size of the tip of a pin. Now you have to expand that cervix opening with this material called laminaria, and that could take anywhere from 24 to 72 hours. So if a woman's life is in danger, you're not going to wait 24 to 72 hours to save her life, because by that time she would have already more than likely long have been killed by the condition that she was in. So what they do is instead they will perform a cesarean section, or they would induce early delivery, which can be done in about an hour or so. So an abortion procedure just would be the absolute wrong thing to do. So when you give me this idea about abortion saving a woman's life, that's just not true.
So did you say he was a Surgeon General?
Yes, Dr. Everett Koop, yes.
No, you said Guttmacher. Alan Guttmacher was the
No, he was an OBGYN. Dr. Everett Koop was the Surgeon General.
Yeah, because this guy was actually working for Planned Parenthood.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah. So who was the other guy? Can you put his name in the side chat so I could actually look it up?
All right, Dr. Everett Koop. I'll just type his name.
Everett Koop,
yeah.
That's spelled wrong.
This is This is
Yeah.
a quote from the American College of, I think it's obstetricians and gynecologists. They issued a statement saying that abortions are necessary in a number of circumstances to save the life of a woman, to preserve her health. Unfortunately, pregnancy is not a risk-free life event.
Yeah, and I don't think this is pretty uncommon knowledge either. Like, this is the first time I've actually even heard it argued in that type of manner, which you haven't actually provided. You're just saying that he said this, which I'm trying to actually see if he actually made this quote, first of all. But this is not uncommon knowledge. Even if you're against abortion, this isn't very uncommon to know that there are many medical procedures where it is necessary. I mean, and you said you've done your research, so it's hard.
Are you saying the quote? Are you saying the quote doesn't exist? Do you want the
No,
quote from the guy?
yeah, I would. Yeah, if you could actually give me a link to the quote, that'd be fantastic. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I haven't seen it yet. And the second part, which really my main point, is that you're really claiming something that's very abnormal. Basically, I've never. Are you work in the medical field? Are you a doctor, study medical stuff or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
No, okay. No, that's fair, and not everybody is. I'm not saying you need to know everything about this kind of stuff, right? But this is pretty well-known knowledge within the medical field. I mean, they even taught. I don't know about when I was in biology in college, and when I took human sexuality, they taught this kind of stuff. They actually went really in detail about a lot of these things. It's been a lot of years since I studied it, and for you to make this claim that it's never needed, strange to me. And unsubstantiated.
And I was just trying to point out how quotes are worthless.
What is unsubstantiated? Say that again. What is unsubstantiated?
It's not backed up by anything. You're just saying that somebody said just one quote. You're just quoting something, and then I don't even know the full context of the quote. I don't know everything. You haven't even provided where the quote came from, what book, where he said it, giving me a link to it. You're just saying this guy said it. I'm going to give you.
Well, give me a second. Give me a second.
But you haven't provided even.
Give me a second. I'm gonna give you the quote.
Sure. No. That's fine. Even if I accept the quote that this one doctor says this, that doesn't make it true, right? There's plenty, and I would guarantee the overall medical field of doctors. And you said when you say research, what do you mean by research? Like you've done some Google searches, like you want to follow this? Like what do you mean by research?
Now you're trying to play these stupid semantical games.
That's a straw man.
That's not semantics.
And you're just making assertions at this point. Like you haven't backed up anything, have you? With actual evidence, you haven't provided anything. You just gave us a quote. Like I'm trying to be fair here, but you're really not giving me.
Look. If the Surgeon General of Pediatric Surgery says that in 36 years he have not seen in one instance to where an abortion is needed to save a woman's life, what would be the problem with that?
Well, nothing. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, though, right? He may not have seen in 36 years of working specifically any women that he's worked with, because that could be the context of that quote. Is he's just saying the women he's worked with in 36 years, he's never seen a situation where that was necessary, right? It doesn't mean that he's talking about the whole entire medical field, as if there aren't scenarios where this is possible, where it's necessary. Especially, like I said, this is pretty well known, man. You're making an extraordinary claim. And I haven't really seen any evidence to back it up besides you quoting one specific doctor and about his personal experience with everything.
Right, and I was going to throw in there, Antonio, with all due respect, this is why people get enraged with Neff, because all it is just quotes after quotes after quotes. But if you ever ask for the evidence behind it, you just get more quotes after quotes, and you get established scientists saying that the Earth is 6,000 years old. But what more people are interested in is how they came to that conclusion, and that's why people are asking you for either the full context or a paper that shows this to be the case.
And are you aware that there was a symposium? I believe there was, where was it? I can't remember where it was, but it was a symposium from well-respected medical professionals who also said that abortion is not necessary to save a mother's life. This was a symposium. I gotta look it up real quick, and I'll tell you what it is.
Well, he even quotes underneath here. It actually even says, like, today it is possible for almost any patient to be brought through pregnancy alive, unless they suffer from fatal illness such as cancer or leukemia. If so, abortion would be unlikely to prolong, much save the life. But it says almost. That's not always, right? And all I need to do is show one instance, and that would basically necessitate why we need to have laws to protect people. And once again, this is just this guy's experience. This isn't. He's not saying that there isn't any.
But here's the thing, sir. Would you even agree with my argument? Even if there was one instance, even if we were to grant for the sake of argument that we would allow the intentional killing to save a woman's life, that would not magically translate to just allowing abortion in general cases.
Sure, that wasn't my point, though. That wasn't what I was arguing.
Right.
I get that absolutely, but that wasn't.
So
really
you
what
would
I was
have to
arguing
give.
against you. I would show you why you're incorrect.
You would have to give. You would have to give a totally separate argument to justify abortion rights.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, but that wasn't what I was talking about.
Okay, then why'd you bring it up then?
Because I'm trying to point out how basically I brought it up because you're claiming that there's no instance where it is necessary for a medical reason for a woman to have an abortion to save her life. That was what we were talking about.
No documented case I'm aware of.
Okay,
they have to intentionally.
The burden of proof is on you, sir.
Say what?
The burden of proof is on you. You're the one making the extraordinary claim. You're pointing out one doctor's opinion, which I don't even think that's what the doctor's saying here. I'm reading it. It says sometimes. It's not saying always. It's saying in most cases, right, that abortion isn't necessary to save the woman's life. He isn't saying definitively that it's in no cases it's not necessary.
Look, protection of the life of the mother.
And your argument is that it's never necessary.
Well, let me read
That's your argument.
Protection of the life of the mother as an excuse for an abortion is a smokescreen. In my 36 years in pediatric surgery, I have never known of one instance where the child had to be aborted to save a mother's life. If toward the end of the pregnancy complications arise that threaten the mother's health, he will take the child by inducing labor or performing a cesarean section. His intention is still to save the life of both the mother and the baby. The baby will be premature and perhaps immature depending on the length of gestation. Because it has suddenly been taken out of the mother's protective womb, it may encounter threats to its survival. The baby is never willfully destroyed because the mother's life is in danger.
I believe, what's the name, read you a quote from an organization, a medical organization that argued differently than what this doctor is arguing.
Who's argued anywhere? Who's leading medical professional that deliberate taking of life is necessary? Who's argued that anywhere?
Dude, isn't that an argument for ignorance that you're just using here? You're asking me to demonstrate.
No, it's not.
You made it. You made a claim. Listen, you made a claim
not.
that. Listen, you're quoting one doctor, and you're making the claim that there is no medical reason that there is for an abortion to save the woman's life. That is on you to demonstrate that is the
truth.
did
demonstrate
right?
that.
And no, you did not. You gave us a quote. That is not a demonstration. You gave somebody's opinion on a situation that they've never seen it, and then the other dude showed you an other side of opinion, somebody else's opinion that's on the medical field. So now we're at a wall here. And then, dude, all you do is do a Google search, and you can see this.
Stop the nonsense. He didn't give a quote to where they said the deliberate destruction of life was necessary. He did not say that.
Of course it didn't word it like that, because that's a pro-life kind of talk right there.
No, it's not a pro-life talk.
They're not going to say the deliberate murder of the deliberate killing of life. They're going to say the termination of the pregnancy. That's what they're going to say.
So you mean to tell me...
You don't even have the medical jargon right.
You mean to tell me this well-respected medical professional in the field who... This was like one of the leading...
This is an appeal to authority, by the way,
No, it's not. It's not.
You're arguing that his authority makes him right.
No.
Are you saying people that are in their field don't make mistakes?
All right, every time I try to talk, you need to stop interrupting. Number one, there's two types of an appeal. Number one, there's fallacious appeals to authority. And number two, there's legit appeals to authority. Like, for example, if you are going to talk about the best means...
Can we just stay on the issue?
Dude, if you do that, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm kicking you out of here. Now, as I was saying, if you're going to talk about, like, appealing to authorities, like, for example, the most appropriate means or the most efficient means to deal with a raging fire. Someone in authority like a fireman would know that, or a firefighter would know that. That's an appropriate appeal. Now, there is an inappropriate appeal to authorities. There are fallacious appeals to authority. Now, I cited you a very relevant person in the medical field, a well-established, well-respected, leading medical authority who indicated quite clearly that in his experience, and we're talking about the Surgeon General, we're talking about someone who was recognized like nationwide, who should be aware of a number of different cases. If any case to where the deliberate killing was necessary of the unborn to save a woman's life, he should know it. He's saying that that's not the case. And you're going to say that that's some sort of fallacious appeal to authority? You just don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's not an argument. Just telling me not what I'm talking about. And once again, you're
you don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, now you're interrupting me, dude. Now you're interrupting me.
Oh, I apologize. You're right. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Listen, and here's the thing, man. Listen, I have conversations with Christians all the time, and we don't have to get to this point where we threaten to kick people out of the room. All right. I literally talked to Rand Campbell for an hour and a half tonight, and he's a tough guy, and he's giving some people a hard time, right? Never once did we have to get to this point where I was like, I'm going to kick you out of the room, or I'm going to mute you. I'm not saying you muted me or anything. All right. So just please tone down the rhetoric a little bit.
It's not rhetoric, sir. Don't even try that.
Your tone is very hostile towards me. And I know it's frustrating. I admit it's not the best feeling for if I overtalk you, and I apologize. But it just makes the situation worse. So I'm going to go back to the point here. And let this go. All right. And the point is that you've literally just quoted a doctor when there is tons of stuff in the medical field that will explain this to you. A quick Google search will help you out with this. All you need to do is do a Google search, do a little research. You said you researched this, and it's surprising that you said this because it's obviously showing. I'm sorry. Was I speaking? I'm sorry. Let me keep going. Yeah. Okay. You see, now you made mistakes, just like I made a mistake and talked over you. No need to threaten to kick me out of the room for it. All right. So listen, it is well known that there are situations where it is medically necessary to save the other's life, and that's what the issue is. Now, unless you can actually provide actual evidence besides just one dude's quote, and I guarantee this, you got that from a pro-life website, and this dude is pro-life at this point, I would guarantee it. So if you want to go ahead and do that, I would be happy to hear it. But you quoting something, and I'm reading that, and it isn't saying definitely all cases. It says most of the time, which is not always. I would like to hear your actual evidence.
Now, you said a number of different things there. You said, like the quote. Are you talking the quote that I gave you of Everett Koop? Are you saying that he was pro-life or might have been pro-life or something?
Everett Koop?
Yes.
Like I'm looking at his term. Well, no, I was talking about him making these quotes in general and saying that just because this dude quoted something doesn't necessarily mean that it is the case.
But I'm going to take this one step at a time, because you brought this whole idea about this person or the source or whatever might have been pro-life, and that's just a genetic fallacy to begin with.
Is he pro-life right now?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I just want to know, is he pro-life?
I don't know whether he was pro-life or not, but whether he's pro-life or not has no bearing on the case.
Well, I mean, you're trying to tell me on genetic fallacy, but you don't even know the answer to that question. So I couldn't.
No, because you alluded to suggesting that he could have been pro-life. That's why I said that even if he was pro-life, it doesn't matter. That has no bearing on the facts, because somebody can be pro-life and tell the truth.
Well, yeah, and
somebody can be pro-choice and tell the truth.
And someone can be pro-choice and lie, and someone can be pro-life and lie. So I need a reason to want to believe this guy. So all this context is important, right? But this doesn't get you away from the issue, which is the thing at hand, and you actually providing evidence besides this guy's opinion and what he's seen. So you would need to know all the medical procedures that are involved with women's pregnancy, which you don't seem to know, right? You don't work in the medical field. You haven't. Have you taken a college course on sexuality or biology in the last couple of years?
See, you bringing this nonsense up is
No, I just
irrelevant.
want. Because you
But
need to be what?
but
Am I
didn't
talking to
you?
someone who's literate on this issue or not?
But
I need to know these things.
didn't you not? And didn't you not agree earlier that none of that stuff was even relevant? That you could still like look
No, I
into
don't
these
expect you to.
issues. No, look, listen. You can
I'm not
look
saying
into
that
these issues. You don't
I
have to.
know everything.
Yeah. So why do you keep bringing that up?
Because when you tell me you do research, I want to understand what kind of research you've done. And to me, what it seems like is you've done research on pro-life websites and you haven't really looked into actual medical stuff because of the fact how well known it is that there are medical procedures that make it necessary for a woman to have an abortion to save the woman's life. That's
So
why I question it.
Pro-life websites. That's a genetic fallacy, point blank. Anyway,
You're not actually addressing my point.
that's a genetic fallacy because here's the thing: if I only ever which number one, let's say I only ever went to pro-life websites. If that's all I ever did, that would not prove that the information itself is invalid. So you keep on attacking this stuff. Oh, what research have you done? You trying to say, oh, you've only went to pro-life websites, or you might have only went to pro-life websites. Even if I did, that does not prove that the information is untrue. For you to attack the where the source originates is a genetic fallacy. You have to show that the information itself is unsound, not where it comes from, sir.
Well, I need to know where the information comes from to be able to know if the information is sound in the first place, right? Because I need to know if the information is legitimate, right? That's why I asked you for a link, these things. So when I ask you things like this, that's why I'm asking. Like I'm trying to figure out your level of study on these issues. And you're not very, it doesn't seem like you're very informed on medical issues, especially women's medical issues. And you're a guy, I'm a guy. I don't know a lot about women's medical issues, but I'm certainly not making an outrageous claim that there is no medical procedure where it would be necessary to have an abortion to save the woman's life, when this is pretty well known.
What is known? What procedures, since you seem to be making the claim that there is a procedure where
No, you made the claim and you didn't back it up.
No, I did. Yes, I did.
Now you're asking me
I gave you two sources, sir. I gave you two sources. Did you read them?
No, I did. I'm actually reading them right now. I'm actually on a couple different things of this Everett Koop papers because I'm trying to get a little bit more history on it here. But like I said, it's a lot to read. I'm trying to actually talk to you and read this at the same time. He was Surgeon General under President Ronald Reagan, who was definitely pro-life. And in politics, what we do in the political realm is they put people in positions that are politically minded. So Dr. Koop refusing to take an official stand on abortion was consistent with his anti-abortion beliefs. He has been chosen as Surgeon General by President Ronald Reagan, supported by conservatives who are also pro-life. I thought you were arguing this guy was pro-abortion.
I didn't say that Surgeon General Everett Koop was pro-abortion. I didn't say he was either. I said Dr. Alan Guttmacher was pro-abortion.
And what was Guttmacher's quote that you said from him?
I said that abortion is unlikely to prolong, much less save a woman's life.
Sure, unlikely. That doesn't mean it's not possible. And your claim is that it's never a need to end the abortion. So that's not actually
deliberate.
That source.
Deliberately, yes.
Yeah,
I've never seen.
You know that's what we're talking about, dude. We're not talking about miscarriages. So what you just said there is irrelevant. He's not talking about that situation. He's talking about the kind of abortions we're talking about when he says it's unlikely. So using him as a source isn't actually backing up your argument. It's backing up mine.
No, it's not because you're trying to make it seem like that it is very likely that.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say very likely. I'm just arguing against your.
Wait a minute.
Which is to say that it's never. You said.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So are you then admitting that in most cases it is not necessary to get an abortion to save a woman's life?
Yes. Of course it's not necessary. Most of the time you don't need to have an abortion to save. Most pregnancies are either going to end in 50% in miscarriages or they're going to have the baby. That's actually a very small percentage. But what I'm arguing against you is your claim, and I'm going to repeat this again because we keep seeming to be missing this, that you're saying it is never necessary in order to save a woman's life to have an abortion.
when you take everything into account, I haven't seen a single instance to where it has ever been suggested that yes, we need to deliberately go into the mother's womb and deliberately kill the unborn and then take the unborn pieces out to save her life.
Okay, so you've never seen it. That doesn't necessarily make it the case that it isn't. So you don't know it then. You just believe it. That's fine. If you just sort of think you've never seen it and you believe it so far, okay, then I'm going to get off of you. But if you're saying
that's why I gave you two sources, sir.
No, that source didn't back up what. Hold on, we're not even going to get lost in that right now. So are you saying it's a fact? Or are you saying this is what you believe?
Well, I have to. There's a certain level of trust that you have to put in the people who make these things. If you don't actually work in that field, that's okay. In anything. Whether you I don't know. If you having a debate on what the science is with evolution and intelligent design, if you don't actually work in the field, there's a certain level of trust to a person's integrity with certain research that you rely on. That's in anything.
Okay, so you don't know then. You just believe what these people have told you. Because you're not stating it as fact. You're just saying
you're not making any sense.
No. It makes perfect sense. You believe that this is the. I'm talking. You're interrupting me.
That can apply.
I was responding to what you said.
That can apply conversely to you.
No, we're not following the rules anymore.
That can apply conversely to you, sir.
Okay, can I respond now?
You're trying to sit up here and say that I don't know, but that can apply conversely to you, sir.
Are you ready for me to respond?
Go ahead, but just know that can apply conversely to you as well.
Sure,
but
not
can
making
he
that argument.
finish what he's trying to say without you just jumping all over it?
So,
you're wasting my time. Hurry up and make your point, dude.
Well, see, this is hostility. This is the kind of hostility. Like you're coming like I'm wasting your time. Like, are you here to engage in conversation? Or you throw ad hominems at me and just attack me? Like, you want people to come in this room. Hey, I'm talking again. You
don't even know what ad hominem is, sir.
Yeah, you don't even know that there's medical procedures that are necessary.
Antonio, calm down a little bit, man.
You don't even know what ad hominem is. You saying you accusing me of doing an ad hominem attack? I did not once ad hominem in this entire conversation.
You said I didn't know what I was talking about. Lots of times. And you know what? I don't want to get off track. I'm not even going to get off track on this. I want to stay on actual topic and not get caught up in the drama of all this. All right? You made, I'm going to go back to this again. You made the claim that there is no medical procedure where it would be necessary to save the woman's life and abortion is necessary. All you've done is so once again, you're interrupting me again in the middle of it. You were to kick me out of the room for interrupting you, and you keep interrupting me. That's very hypocritical.
I have to make it clear in the sense of deliberate killing.
You've said it 10 times, dude. You've said it 10 times. Nobody watching this hangout doesn't know what you mean at this point. They would have to be stupid not to know what you meant after you've said it 15 to 20 times by this point. All right, so can we just understand this is it, audience? Everyone understands what we're talking about? If not, rewind, watch him say it 15 times. Okay? So once again, all right, you provided 2 pieces of evidence that you claim is evidence. One, where the guy doesn't even say it's always in all cases. He just says in most cases it's not necessary. And I agree with that. In most cases, it isn't necessary. And then your second case, you go to another individual who it's his opinion that he's never seen it in his years in the medical field, who also has all these biases, who's conservative, pro-life, worked under extremely conservative administration in politics. So your evidence is almost non-existent. You provided a quote from somebody, and that is nothing compared to the vast amount of medical information that you can get out there if you just did a little research. And you said you haven't studied it, you haven't done college level or anything. So there's nothing for me to reason to believe what you're saying.
You commit a ton of logical fallacies here. Number one, you clearly didn't even pay attention to what I posted here in the chat here, because I posted a source from not only the quote from General Everett Koop, but also from a symposium in Dublin, Ireland, about these medical professionals who said abortion is not medically necessary in the context of like deliberate killing, since that's what we're talking about here. Now, you want to say that that Dr. Everett Koop worked under Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan was like a conservative, but that doesn't mean anything. You're once again falling back on this genetic fallacy. That doesn't mean what he said was not true. That doesn't mean what he said was not credible because he was a conservative. So you cannot attack somebody's conservative views or who they worked under to impugn what they're saying, to impugn their expertise in the matter. You can't do that. You can't say, oh, well, this was associated with someone who was pro-life, therefore what he's saying, could be suspect. That's garbage. That is the genetic fallacy, and you've repeated it several times in this discussion.
Okay, so now I have a list for you of actual things where it's necessary, and I can't wait to hear your arguments against these. Give me 1 second. I just had them up. So first, to say this, this is actually pro-life groups have admitted to saying that there are things that are necessary. The ACOG, Wisconsin, strongly opposed legislation attempts to ban abortions at 20 weeks. Actually, hold on a second. That's not the right one. Hold on. Oh, here he goes. Here we go. I'm sorry. I had the wrong article up. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists included a statement saying abortions are necessary in a number of circumstances to save the life of a woman to preserve her health. Unfortunately, pregnancy is not risk-free. Conditions that might lead to ending a pregnancy to save a woman's life include severe infections, heart failure, several causes of preeclampsia, a condition which is a woman develops very high blood pressure and is at risk of stroke, says Erica Levy, an obstetrician and gynecologist at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. There are certain cases where ending pregnancy is the only option. Cases where it'd be putting the mother's life at risk to continue the pregnancy, she says. When a pregnancy must be ended before a fetus is viable, the result is an abortion, says Vanessa Collins, Vice President of the External Medical Affairs, Planned Parenthood Federation of America. But there are also cases available in which an abortion is safer than induced childbirth or surgical delivery. So this is multiple universities, multiple medical people listing specific things, saying these things are necessary. Do you have a rebuttal for that?
Okay, my rebuttal is very simple. Do you believe what they said?
I'm not sure how that's a rebuttal. Asking my opinion on it.
But do you believe what they said, though?
I've given you information, okay?
And do you believe what they said?
I asked you to rebut the information. All right, my opinion is irrelevant.
I'm doing that.
I mean, yes, I believe this is what they said. Now, can you actually rebut the information?
Okay, so you launched an attack to me that I just believe what they said, but you just admitted the same thing. So you basically shot your own argument in the ground.
You see why I didn't want to. See exactly this is why I didn't want to tell you my opinion, because I knew you would try to pull that. Instead of actually rebutting the thing, I've actually given you information and facts. You can't actually rebut the information and facts. All you can do is try to say, I just believe this.
Did they say Did they say deliberate killing or termination?
Do you understand that it's just different terminology for the same action?
Right. Did they say it was a need to deliberately kill the child to resolve the issue? What were they talking about?
They were. You're not serious, right?
No, I'm dead serious.
I was just reading you an article about abortion, and you're asking me if they were. I'm sorry?
There's a number of different contexts that we're talking about. Not all contexts of abortion are the same. Because you can resolve a let's say an ectopic pregnancy without deliberately killing the unborn child, and it would still be categorized as an abortion procedure.
No, it's talking about in the sense of terminating the pregnancy, ending the pregnancy.
Ending the pregnancy does not necessitate deliberate killing of the unborn, sir.
How so?
Well, what is termination? Termination of pregnancy, like Dr. Anthony Levatino, for example, says in his experience, and he was a long time pro-abortion. Well, I don't know if he was a pro-abortion advocate, but he was definitely he definitely conducted abortions. And in his time, he had not seen an instance to where an abortion was needed to save a woman's life in the sense of deliberate killing. Now, when there were complications to which happened to where they needed to address the issue, they would do things like induce early delivery or perform a cesarean section. Now, that's technically terminating pregnancy, but it's not deliberately killing the unborn. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
How is that different, Antonio? I don't get the this not intentionally thing, but
I might
I'll hold
understand it.
back.
I might understand it because this is the clarifying question. So, are you saying when they did a C-section, they took the baby out and the baby was viable and it survived?
Well, it wasn't always viable. Sometimes the baby died.
Okay, so if they took the baby out, but the baby, in those situations, you're saying the baby might have had a chance at survival, but it just didn't. Like, just naturally it died.
Well, sometimes the baby might have had a chance. Sometimes the baby didn't.
Okay, so if they took a baby out by C-section, and then they knew it had no chance of survival, are you saying that they knew that it had no chance of survival?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, then that's terminating the baby. That's killing the baby. They're just not.
No,
they're not doing. Are you saying if they know the baby's going to die if they take the baby out, and then they do a C-section and they take the baby out, that's not killing the baby?
Well, number one, sir, if the baby is not viable, the continuation of that pregnancy is going to kill both the baby and the mother. Secondly,
exactly. That's my point. That's my point. You just made it. You just admitted it.
Right.
You just admitted the whole point of why you would terminate the pregnancy. You just gave an example. The thing you were arguing about this whole entire time, you just gave an example of.
Right, but there's another point to that, sir. Now, if
it doesn't even matter what your other point is. You just conceded the whole point of what we're arguing about.
Listen, you're not factoring in this other part of this point. You're not factoring in this other part of the point, and you gotta listen to what I'm telling you here. Let's say they terminated. All right, you wanted me to stop interrupting you, and I did. Are you gonna give me the same courtesy back?
No. Go ahead.
Look,
I'll mute. I'm gonna mute my.
All right. So, if the baby is not viable and they extract the unborn out the womb, the unborn may be temporarily alive for a few moments, and then the unborn passes away. That's not deliberate killing. That's them extracting the unborn out the womb, and then this baby, which is now born, passes on their own. That's not the same as deliberate killing. Because if you're going to make that case, then it's just like I told Chris earlier. That would be just like saying that if a 2-year-old has like terminal cancer, and in their best medical opinion, this child is more than likely, if not, doesn't have a single chance in the world to live. This terminal cancer is pretty much going to be more or less absolute. And then they instead take a gun and shoot the kid to death. That would be much different than if the kid passively died and the disease took its course. So you cannot compare the deliberate killing of the unborn with the extraction out the womb and then this child passively died. There's a difference between that and deliberate killing. That's the distinction.
Why would
Antonio? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask Antonio?
Sure.
If I took a fish out of the water and just laid him on a plate, have I not intentionally killed that fish?
So wait a minute. Hold on. You put that fish into a condition to where it's less likely to survive.
No, it's not going to survive. It'll suffer for a while.
Yes, you put that fish into a condition where it won't survive. But if you're going to compare that to them extracting unborn out the mother's womb, if you're going to say that the extraction outside the womb that leads to the passive death of this child is the same as the intentional killing of this child, then why not allow us to take a gun and shoot people who have terminal cancers? Because they're clearly the same thing, right?
Not necessarily. One of them involves executing with a firearm, and the other is just removing a baby that is going to die, but
No, you're
not
saying
being
there's the
willing to
same.
skip the suffering part.
No, you're saying
Why
there's the
not?
same
And
thing.
why not let
No,
the
no. Wait. You're comparing them as the same thing. So if the passive death of this child is the same as deliberate killing, then why not allow the killing of a child on terminal cancer with a gun? 38 caliber bullet, just shoot the kid because it's clearly the same thing.
Well, one, the kid should probably not want to die, even if he is dying of cancer. He might want to just live what's left of his life left. But I don't understand. So with your analogy you were using, so why not just leave the I don't even know how you define viable, what you mean by viable either. I'd love to ask you that too. So why not just leave the baby in the mother and let the baby die naturally? It'll live longer in the mother, but
Well,
then when you
because
just took it out, it was going to die.
well, because we're
Once you
talking
take it out, it's
about
going to.
because we're talking about her life being at danger. Because
Her life would be in danger if we didn't terminate the pregnancy.
right,
Weird. I thought that didn't happen.
I didn't say that there was no case to where a woman's life could be in danger for the pregnancy. I never once said that in
No,
this
no, no,
entire
no, 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 no.
conversation.
That. Oh my God.
It only takes
All right,
one
then what's
case,
the-
and the
what's
point
your
is
point?
proven.
What's your
Christopher, I
point?
can't. Christopher, like I'm not crazy, am I? Like this
What's your
was when he was
point?
arguing the whole entire time.
Well,
Like I just
No,
can't.
he was.
I made it
You were
very
making the
clear.
point that this doesn't happen. That this is not necessary. You can't point to one instance where aborting the child was going to save the mother's life, and you tried to add an extra scenario where they could remove the child and let it die on its own. That's why I mentioned the fish out of water thing.
Yeah.
And now you're saying that there is scenarios where removing the child could save the mother's life. But I think you're having the issue with your words, killing the baby versus
You're not
letting it
even
just die
listening, sir.
naturally. Okay,
You're not even
that's how I'm.
listening.
That well,
Because
maybe
you
I'm just interpreting. Maybe what you're saying isn't clear to me, but that's how I understood what you're saying.
Yeah.
That by
I
removing the
here's
child and
how
letting it die on
here's
its own
why
is better.
here's why
Somehow
you're
that's
not
not the same
listening.
thing.
You
No, we're
brought this
listening.
fish.
That's the ad hominem.
Wait a second. You brought this fish out of water analogy to suggest that that could be the same thing as deliberately killing a child with an abortion. But if that's literally the same, if active killing is the same thing, as passive death, then you're saying that a child passively dying from terminal cancer, as opposed to taking a 38 caliber gun and shooting that kid to death, is the same thing.
Right, but like
You said
someone
they're literally the same thing.
just by not doing anything, or by you're saying by removing the child, even though it's already been medically determined that the child was not going to survive, and
Right.
letting it die. I don't know what kills a fetus when they're that early, whatever stage that this is determined at, is better than the method of death I would that I'm advocating, if any,
It's about
would
the
be the
means to
one
the
that
end.
has less suffering.
It's about the means to the end. There's a saying that the ends don't justify the means. If there is no need to deliberately kill this kid, you don't deliberately kill the kid, even though the child is more than likely going to die at that non-viable stage. As it's the same thing as if a child has terminal cancer and they're saying that there's virtually no chance this kid is going to survive. You don't deliberately just take a 38 caliber gun and put a bullet in the kid.
What if
It's
the
not
kid
the
is
same
suffering? What if
thing.
the kid can be shown to be suffering?
And what do you mean by viable? When you keep using that word viable, can you define what you mean by that?
The ability to independently biologically survive outside the womb on their own, without the support of the mother's body.
Yeah, but by that definition, then most of the pregnancy, the baby's not viable, whether depending on the medical condition or not. Because you were using that as the argument, is that if it's the baby's not viable, but most of the pregnancy, the baby's not viable. So then, by your logic, you could actually abort it. And it wouldn't be nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. If her life was in danger, let's say 20 weeks, and the established medical period for viability today is 24 weeks. Now, if her life was in danger and they induced an early delivery at 20 weeks, chances are that child is not going to survive. Now, it's not the same thing as them inducing early delivery at that stage and the child dies, unfortunately, as opposed to if they were to say, we either deliberately chop this kid up in the womb, or we deliver this kid and then put a bullet in the kid before the kid passively dies.
So your issue
The
is
deliberate killing is not the deliberate killing is not the same as passive death. There's a difference.
Your issue is just methodology on how you, because it has the same outcome no matter what. Whatever your intent, the person's intent is the same. The motive is the same. The intent. Hold on, I'm still speaking. The motive is the same.
Right.
The intent is the same. What the goal is still the same. You're just talking about the methodology. Whether someone's going to go in and literally whatever they do during abortions, poke the kid's head or do whatever, poke the fetus's head and kill it, or it's weird. You're just talking about methodology. You're not even talking about abortion then. You're just talking about what methodology you find immoral, basically. And I got to go to bed, so I just want to say good night. It was a good conversation. Antonio, I did want to ask, why didn't you respond? I asked you if you wanted to do a debate on your channel about morality.
No, I'm not gonna. No, don't bring this up in here. I'm not gonna talk about that up in here. You're not gonna bring this into my hangout.
I mean, you don't have to do it.
You're not gonna. No. You're not gonna bring this into my hangout.
Well, but what's the? This is weird. What's the issue?
You're not gonna bring this into my. You're not gonna bring this into
Anthony,
my hangout.
I mean, Antonio.
I'm not gonna discuss this with you right now.
Why? Well, I mean, okay. Well,
I'm not going to discuss it with you.
Can you private message me and discuss it?
I'm not going to discuss this with you.
Can you private message me and discuss it?
I'll think about it. Now leave.
Oh, you'll think about it? What is your deal, dude? Like, that's such a weird thing. You're acting so weird. Why
it doesn't matter. Why do you care?
Like, you just tell me no. Just tell me no. Do you not want to do it? Just tell me no.
You're wasting my time.
No. Why are you afraid just to say no?
You're wasting my time. I'm not dealing with this because it's clear to me that was his agenda, that he was just going to come in here and just try to resurrect some old thing when I first came to G Plus from months ago.
You won't, Antonio, now come on.
I was not interested in talking about that whole thing. That was months ago, and he won't let this crap die for nothing. He keep on bringing up this same crap that we was talking about from months ago. There was no reason for him to come in here and try to disrupt my hangout talking about that when I made it very clear to where I stood on him months ago about this.
He spent 15 seconds talking about that and only asked you and even gave you an out to where you could talk about it in private messages, and you won't. I've never known a Christian that won't jump on the chance to kick an atheist butt on morals.
We've already talked about this months ago, and he keeps on bringing it up to me. We already talked about this months ago. There was no point for him to bring that up in here when we already we already spoke on this months ago. If
we always bring things up.
We already spoke
from.
That's not okay. That's not even.
You should have just said no. You should have just said no.
That's not. But he already knew where I stood. He already knew where I stood on this, and he brought it up again.
Well, then, so the answer would have just been no.
Do you want to talk about what the topic is, or do you want to discuss these side issues with Skylar Fiction?
I'm just commenting on what's going on the hangout right now, and it seemed like I've never seen anybody not jump at the chance to, do the whole objective morality thing. It's easy.
If I want to, that's my business. But that is not what This is not what is up for discussion right now. If I want to, that's my business. I get sick and tired of non-believers and atheists like you who just simply will not stick to the relevant issues, and then you want to focus on all these side things that happened in other places at other times that have nothing to do with the topic.
Hey, listen to me, Antonio.
You want to use these hangouts as an opportunity to start up drama based on these side issues that have nothing to do with the actual topics.
Let me remind you.
And I'm not going to, and this is not going to be up for discussion. This is not going to be up for discussion.
When I first came in this room, what was going on was Neo was showing off how his keyboard reacts to sound, and I responded to that with, "What are you going to do in those rare situations for that abortion would be necessary?" So don't act like all you've talked about in this hangout is the one thing, and that I'm trying to steer you off topic. Sometimes the topic gets run off a little bit. And I think a lot of people are giving you a huge benefit of the doubt because I see you as a genuinely nice person. But like I've told you in other hangouts, you're getting into this bad habit of shitting on the people that come in here.
Well,
Again.
here's the thing, dude. I don't really care what your personal opinion of me is. You can think what you want about me. I don't really care, to be quite honest with you. I really don't.
Right. Quit inviting people in, though. Why do that?
Well, you can invite people. I can invite people in here, but we're going to talk about this topic at hand. Yes, there's going to be times where it may get off the topic for a little bit. That's fine. But
no,
most of the
I'm
time,
talking about on the topic. You're shitting on the people with every one of their responses. Somehow you've got it into your head that saying some argument is ridiculous, or I've addressed that, or you don't know what you're talking about. Those are the most invalid answers you could possibly give, and you think those are the best.
Well, I don't just say you don't know what you're talking about. I can actually demonstrate it.
Right, and when that attempt was earlier, when you tried that earlier, you pulled up some quotes that were iffy, and you completely ignored the other evidence that was given to you.
Iffy. He cited some quotes from, what was it? The American College of Obstetricians, something like that. But he was talking about abortion, is needed. Now, what were we talking about here? What is the context of abortion? Are we talking about the deliberate killing here? Did they say that, yes, the deliberate destruction of the unborn's life is necessary to save a woman's life? If that's what they're actually suggesting, then why is there so much competing evidence against that, if that's what they were suggesting?
Right. That source, which I'll put in the outside, I'll be putting it in the wrong chat. That source was from the American College of Gynecology. It was the statement of a whole organization.
Right. Yes.
The American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which far outweighs the quote from just one person. But your response to that was
I didn't quote just one person. I posted two. No, it wasn't just two people. Did you even click on the other source I posted in here?
I'm on a mobile device and I only got 4% left in battery. So all I'm saying is that just host chats with people that agree with you, and do the Christian thing. Disable the comments, disable the ratings, or put it on approval only, and don't try to engage with people who disagree with you because you're not being a gentleman.
Cut that out, man. I already know what you're doing, and it's not gonna work. I already know what you're doing. It's not gonna work.
Okay. You won't. It won't last long. But no love lost, man. But good luck. Thanks.
Because we always have decent conversations, and I haven't booted you out once. And we always generally have decent discussions. So if I was just trying to entertain some sort of echo chamber, then I would never talk to you.
But I always feel like I'm having to walk this fine line of when's Antonio going to blow up and allow you to overtalk me, and because I don't like interrupting people. I let you overtalk me all the time and I never step on when you're talking. But you are getting into the whole, that's why true empiricism is going to fade away now, because he's done kicked too many people. It's just going to be an echo chamber. No one wants to watch it anymore. But I still think there's hope for you, Antonio. And I think having an open door policy to your room is a awesome thing. And people who do these little, Bible studies, everybody agree with me. Me personally, I don't care to watch them. So if you're just gonna yell and tell everybody that their ideas are nonsense and unresearched and stupid and dumb, and not stupid and dumb, you usually don't use those words, but whatever, it doesn't go well. Will you not delete this hangout, please?
No, I don't delete hardly anything. The only time I would delete something is if I'm having like a private hang and it's not even talking about anything, and then I just delete that. But as far as the actual on-air hangouts I haven't deleted nothing. Not even the hangout that went way off course with that crazy nonsense that happened. I didn't delete that one either, so this one will not be deleted.
Thank you, sir, and have a good night. My battery's gonna die before I get to tell you thanks.
All right, man. Thanks for coming.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Peace.
Yep. All right, folks. That's the end of this hangout. My goodness. For anyone watching this, if you give a certain opinion about me and you saying, well, oh, I've lost respect for you, or you, I don't, and this idea, I gotta address this real quick. Oh, you're turning into true empiricism and whatnot, which I would reject flat out. That true empiricism is this bad individual or this person who's just trying to have this echo chamber hangouts. I'm gonna defend true empiricism here, right now. He isn't trying to just have an echo chamber. That's just garbage. Okay, anybody who thinks that, it's just not. They're just not telling the truth. How many conversations how many hangouts rather have I been in which we've talked with other evolutionists? Quite a bit. I would say more often than not, evolutionists do not get kicked as opposed to the ones who do get kicked, that True has kicked. People like multiple personality, for example. He's an evolutionist, and we've had a lot of discussions with him. If people would just stay on topic and not bring up all these side issues and not try to cause problems in the room, then we can have a good discussion and they won't get kicked. We don't even have to agree at the end of the day, but people won't get kicked and we can have a mature discussion. But when people are coming in the room to disrupt, to just act crazy, to try to overtalk, not really address what people are saying, not really answer questions, then that's something totally different. So when they say, oh, you turn into True, well, what am I turning into that's bad exactly? Because I don't have any problem with how he runs his rooms. I don't think yes, we've all made mistakes. He's made mistakes, he's admitted it. I made mistakes, I've admitted it. But I think most of the time, we do a pretty good job of running our rooms. So when they try to associate me with true empiricism as if this is some sort of bad thing, I'd say, fine, put me on the level of true empiricism. I don't think it's a bad thing. Because I don't think he's done anything that merits him being looked at in that negative light anyway. So when they try to basically shine it in sort of a negative context, I just don't agree with that. So if you're gonna paint true empiricism as this dude who should be looked at negatively or should be looked at as this dude who doesn't want discourse, I just think that's just a bunch of nonsense. And I am defending him right here, right now. So if you're gonna put me into his comparison, if you're gonna put me side by side with him, good. Go ahead and do it. I don't care. Because he's not doing anything that's trying to just elicit just this echo chamber. He's not doing anything that's really, really messed up. Like, again, we all make mistakes, but most of the time he's not doing these super, super bad things. I think there's a lot of people getting butthurt about it and just acting a fool for no good reason. He has a certain way he runs his rooms. People like G-Man have a certain way they run their room, and I'm going to have a way I run my room. Now, I may have not kicked quite as much as true empiricism have, but that just means that I run my room a little different than he does. I try to basically give people maybe more chances to stay on topic and to not disrupt than he does. That doesn't mean I have a problem with his approach and how he runs his room. That just means that I do my I have a different approach in how I run my room. That just means I have a slightly different approach. That's all that means. He can run his room how he wants to. And the bottom line is, if you don't like how he runs his room, then don't watch his stuff. If you think he's just trying to just have this echo chamber, then don't watch his stuff. If you think that this true empiricism is just this negative sort of individual and that I'm turning into him and being just as negative as he is by your perception, then don't watch my stuff. He did a hangout yesterday where he said he's cutting the cord. And I'm in full agreement on him. I'm cutting the cord. I am not going to be talking about none of these side issues, none of these side drama issues, or you didn't enter a debate with me at this point, or you said this about this person on the outside at this point. No. None of that is going to enter my hangouts. When we are in my hangouts, we talk about the issues. I don't care if you have unresolved issues personally with me. I don't care if you have unresolved issues with other people. I don't care. We're going to stick on the issue. We are not going to hash those out in these hangouts, period. And that's how I'm running it. If you don't like it, don't watch me. If you have a problem with it, I don't care. I am not here for any of the people's approval here on G+. I made it very clear from the beginning that I have a mission here. My ultimate mission here is to do my part in arguing the pro-life position in hopes that people will see the value of the unborn and how their lives should be respected and how they have the right not to be killed. And also my ultimate goal is to bring people to the saving grace and salvation that is in Jesus Christ. Those are my ultimate goals here on G+. My goal is not the approval of men here on G+. If you thought that my goal here on G+ was to impress y'all or to be looked highly favored from y'all, if y'all thought that was my goal here, then y'all got the wrong impression about me. And I'm sorry if I disappointed certain people, but that's not my goal here. Now, if people respect me and don't have a problem with me, cool. But if the way that I do things here causes people to say, I don't respect you or I have a problem with you, so what? Get over it. Go to someone else. Watch someone else's hangout. Get over it. There are certain people that I don't respect how they run their rooms, and certain people I have issues with in this community. I don't watch their stuff. I don't comment on their behavior. I don't talk about them all the time. I don't care. I don't watch their stuff. So what? They can run their rooms how they want to. Let them do what they do over there, and I'm going to do what I do over here. I'm not going to watch their stuff and endlessly whine and bellyache and complain about them and be butthurt over it. If you don't like what someone do on their channel, then change it. It's that simple. This endless demand for people to act a certain way or conduct themselves a certain way when they have a certain way how they run their channels, it's just ridiculous. If someone wants to run their hangout to overtalk people, to boo people, to mute people, then they have every right to run their hangout that way. That's just not a hangout I'm going to go to. If you have a problem with me and how I do things, then unsub from me right now. I don't want your sub. I don't need your sub because I'm going to continue my interaction here on YouTube. I'm going to continue putting up content, and I'm going to continue to reach people and get my subscribers up. That's what I'm going to do here. And I will not associate myself with none of this other side drama crap, whether you personally respect me or not. If we have a mutual respect for each other, good. If you come to have a disrespect for me, then I'm sorry. That's your personal opinion. I can't please the world. I'm not here for your admiration. I'm not here for your respect necessarily. I'm here to do one thing, and that's promote, really two things, but that's promote the pro-life message and to promote the gospel. Not just promote the gospel, but to be a voice for the gospel of Jesus Christ. And yeah, I'll participate in other hangouts and talk about other things, but those are the two main things I'm here for. To talk about the pro-life message and about the gospel. Those are my two main things. I'll talk about other issues like morality. I'll talk about maybe stuff like intelligent design and evolution. Yeah, I'm interested in those side topics, but my two number one goals here is promoting the pro-life message and speaking on the importance of getting saved through the blood of Jesus. Those are my two main priorities here on G+. If you don't like that, you don't have to watch me, point blank. And this is, for me, this is non-negotiable. It really is non-negotiable for me. You will not come into my hangouts and disrupt. And when I have a certain position about maybe some sort of side topic that happened, and I have a certain position about where I stand with you on certain things, you will not bring that into my hangout, point blank. We're going to talk about the issues. There will not be any of this side drama crap at any time in my hangouts, point blank. If you wanted to talk about drama, there's plenty of other channels for that. There's certain relevant channels here on G+ for that. If you want to talk about the issues straight up, for point blank, then that's what I'm here to do. If you don't like me, whatever. I'm sorry. I can't please the world. I'm not here for your admiration. I'm not here for your respect. I'm here for those two main things: to promote the pro-life message and to do my small part in spreading the message of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Those are my two main goals here on G+. So I apologize for the rant, but I had to get that off my chest because I'm sick of this nonsense, of all this side issues. There's an endless attempt constantly for people like scholar fiction to keep drawing people back into this circle of drama nonsense. There's an endless attempt to do this, and I'm not going to be part of it. Just as true empiricism said, the cord is cut. If anybody had any issues with me, then consider those a non-issue at this point. We moving forward from here, and we sticking to the issues. I'm not going back to what happened in the past. I'm sticking to the issues. I'm not talking about the drama. I'm not entertaining it, point blank. If you're going to come into my hangouts and keep relaying these side issues, keep relaying these things, which will further ignite this drama, further fan the flames once again, you will be booted out my hangouts. I'm not talking about certain individuals in this community. I'm sticking to the issues from now on. And that's all I got to say on it. So thanks everyone for watching. Take care and God bless. Peace.